Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Lazo. I'm the Vice Chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. This is Thursday, October 23rd, 2025, and I call this meeting to order. I want to note that because LCDC met just a few short weeks ago, this will be an abbreviated meeting without an executive session, director's report, or commission business agenda items. This meeting is specifically to help us meet a number of legislative deadlines during 2025 and 2026. We'd like to acknowledge first the administrative and information technology staff without whom this meeting would not be possible. They are here. Some of them are here with us in the room. They're John Dunsmore, Ingrid Cadell, who I think is online, Brandy Elmer, and our commission assistant, Adam Buell. Thank you all for the work that you do to make sure this meeting runs smoothly. Adam, could you please continue the meeting?
Good morning, Joe Lazo, commissioners, guests, community members, and staff. Thank you for joining us for day one of the Land Conservation and Development Commission's October 2025 meeting. My name is Adam Buell. Before we begin, I'll make a note of a few things, including the best practices for participation. Recordings of the Commission's meeting are available on YouTube. For those individuals joining us via Zoom, please use the public comment sign-up form on our website. While 3 minutes for public testimony is typical, the chair may reduce the time according to the number of people signed up to testify and other schedule demands. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. Again, thank you all for being here with us today. Joe Lazo, the meeting is yours.
Thank you. Adam, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett?
Present via Zoom.
Commissioner Boyer?
Commissioner Boyer has an excused absence this morning.
Commissioner Porter?
Here.
Commissioner Thompson?
I'm also present via Zoom.
Commissioner Warren?
Present.
Joe Lazo?
Present.
Warren is present.
Thank you, Adam. We'll now read the land acknowledgement that we have here as specific to Oregon, and it was I will read that this morning. Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial, and continue to be a vibrant part of Oregon today. We would like to express our respect to the first peoples of this land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon, Burns Paiute Tribe, Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, Coquille Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. It's important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. We recognize the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place, and thank them for continuing to share their traditional ecological knowledge and perspective on how we might care for one another and the land so it can take care of us. We commit to engaging in respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands. And as we are obliged by state law and policy, we will uphold government-to-government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribal self-determination and sovereignty. I'll also remind commissioners, please remember to complete your agenda scorecard, which you should have received via email before you sign off at the end of the meeting tomorrow afternoon. Staff find the feedback about the meeting logistics and process from those scorecards very helpful. All right, the next order of business will be to approve the agenda for today's meeting. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda, commissioners? Thank you. Director Bayman, do you have anything to add? Thank you. If there are no proposed changes, the agenda for today and tomorrow is adopted. Right. All right, next we'll have commissioners. Please introduce yourselves and the region from which you have been appointed. Why don't we start online? I'll just go along the folks I see there. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Leanne Thompson. I'm the coastal representative for the Land Conservation and Development Commission and a Clatsop County Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Bennett.
Good morning. I'm the east of the Cascades Commissioner, and retired Baker County Commissioner and a rancher.
Morning. Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Ellen Porter and I represent Southern Oregon on the LCDC. I'm also a Roseburg City Council person.
Morning. Thank you. And Commissioner Warren.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Warren. I was appointed from the Southern Willamette Valley.
Morning. Thanks, Commissioner. And I am Alan Lazo, I'm the current Vice Chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission, and I was appointed from the Portland metropolitan area. All right, thank you all. And we do have a couple folks who are not with us this morning. But let's move on to agenda item number 2. This is going to be a presentation on our Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. I think Lisa is online, so could you please introduce your team?
Good morning, Chair Lazo. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Lazo and commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Lisa Phipps. I'm the manager for the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division. I apologize for the background noise. I'm in an airport, so I'll make my time here very brief so you don't have to listen to it. It's my pleasure to introduce this topic today. I'd like to introduce Andy Lanier, who is our Marine Affairs Coordinator. He has been the grant manager for this project and has provided mentorship to Eva. And now I'll introduce Eva. Eva Krukowski is our Rocky Habitats Project Coordinator. She was brought on as a result of a project of special merit that we received through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to lead this project, and she has done a phenomenal job. Her time with us will be coming to a close sometime in December, early January. And the work that she has set forth for us is going to be foundational, and it truly is a legacy type project. So I'm very excited for you to hear from her today. So Eva, I will pass it on to you.
Thank you, Lisa. And if it's all right, I'm going to co-opt the screen share here. All right, is that coming through all right?
Yes.
Great. And can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. All right, well, Chair Lazo, commissioners, good morning. Thank you so much for sharing your time with me this morning. My name is Eva Krukowski. I'm the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator. And I'm here to share a summary of the Rocky Habitat Management planning process that has been underway for the last 2 years, but coming out of a multi-year process. And just to help ground yourself in this discussion, just asking you to think for yourself, recall some of your favorite trips you've taken to the coast. How did you decide where to go? What did you do on the beach? What beaches did you go to? And I might ask you to share your memories at the end of the presentation. I believe it might have been a little while since the Coastal Management Program spoke before the commission. So I'm just going to share a brief background about where this program sits within the department, and just a little bit about what we do. So the Oregon Coastal Management Program is housed within the Department of Land Conservation and Development in the Ocean and Coastal Services Division. We're funded with both state and federal dollars. And our program originated from the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, which is administered by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We are one of 34 federally approved coastal programs in the United States. And the map here on the right shows the extent of the coastal management zone, to give you a sense of the type of jurisdictions that we work with. So the coastal management zone starts at the top of the watershed in the coastal range and extends westward 3 nautical miles into the territorial sea. So the first 3 miles of the Pacific Ocean in Oregon is considered like, state waters. And so there are certain things that we, prioritize and when it comes to ocean management. The Oregon Coastal Management Program focuses on the last 4 statewide land use planning goals, which are goals 16, 17, 18, and 19. And this work that I'm sharing with you today on Rocky Habitat Management falls under goal 19, which is the Ocean Resources Management Goal. This goal balances the protection of marine resources with human uses of the ocean, really. So it's really balancing conservation and development of the ocean. Under goal 19, there is the Territorial Sea Plan. The Territorial Sea Plan is a really robust document. It's made up of 5 parts. And it's a foundational document that natural resource planning agencies in the state use to coordinate ocean planning and ocean management. So taking a closer look at the Territorial Sea Plan, part 3 is called the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. And I wanted to share just an excerpt of the objectives for this strategy, because it really does drive the work that we do here in Rocky Habitats and the type of discussions we have. So some of the objectives are to implement programs that allow for the enjoyment and use of Oregon's rocky shores while protecting them from overuse or degradation. Aims to foster personal stewardship of Oregon's rocky shores through things like education, to maintain and enhance biological communities, also to improve our knowledge and understanding of these ecosystems through things like research and monitoring. And lastly, to foster coordination among fellow natural resource management agencies. So you might be wondering, why does our department care so much about rocky habitats? Why are they such a big deal in Oregon? Well, rocky habitats make up over 40% of the Oregon coastline, and they're huge drivers of things like coastal tourism, recreational and commercial shell fishing and fishing. They are vital ecosystems for like juvenile fish and juvenile marine species. So really a diverse and unique ecosystem that's incredibly important for both economic and environmental services. Also, some visitors who come to the Oregon coast, are from landlocked states, and Oregon tide pools are like the first introduction they have with the ocean. Some people come to Oregon just to visit the beautiful tide pools we have. So this project I'm sharing with you today came out of a community-led effort to propose new state-managed areas. This proposal process really started in earnest in 2020 and culminated with the designation of 8 new sites. And those sites went into, the rules went into effect in the beginning of 2024, but they came before the Land Conservation and Development Commission twice in 2022 and 2023. So this is just showing the pathway to designation. The map on the left here is from a tool called the Oregon Sea Sketch tool. So this is an online mapping program that was developed by our department. And the unique thing about this is that community members and community organizations could actually draw the polygon around the area that they would like to see protected, and then submit that proposal to the state that went through a long evaluation process. And the really cool thing about this online tool is that you might be able to see this list of layers on the far left. And so there are really an endless amount of data that we have about the coast, and we're continuously collecting more data. So when communities drew the boundaries around the area they'd like to see designated, they could then generate a report that showed things like the type of tourism that happens at that place, the many number of species that exist in that habitat. So it's really a valuable tool. So finally, after a multi-year proposal process that was supported by DLCD, the Ocean Policy and Advisory Council recommended that 8 sites become designated, and they wrote a letter to the Land Conservation and Development Commission, and eventually the commission approved those sites. And so the project I'm sharing with you today is a result of that decision by the commission. So thank you. All right. So here is a map of the 8 sites. You'll see that they extend from starting up in Cannon Beach all the way down to Port Orford. And then on the map here, it's a little bit small, but starting in the top left, we have Acola Point Marine Conservation Area, Chapman Point Marine Garden, Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area, Fogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area, Cape Foulweather Marine Conservation Area, Coquille Point Marine Garden, which this is the same map that I showed on the previous slide, Blacklock Point Marine Conservation Area, and Cape Blanco Marine Research Area. So we're coming back to you now 2 years after the commission approved these sites to be designated, to keep you up to date with the state and community efforts that have happened so far to steward these habitats. And at the end of the presentation, I invite any comments that you might have, recommendations, or maybe you have for future management of rocky habitats. And we will also offer an opportunity to hear from community members who might want to share their thoughts as well. So in 2023, DLCD sought a project of special merit from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in order to build capacity for the implementation of these new sites. There was a lot of energy from community members and NGOs, non-governmental organizations on the coast that are really passionate about marine stewardship, marine education, and we really needed to build capacity at the state level as well to make sure that the agencies involved could follow through on some of these new rules and implementation expectations. So today you'll hear a little bit about just a taste of the area-based management planning process and what it takes to manage these habitats. So after the new designation, there are now a whopping 22 designated rocky habitat protected areas on the coast, which includes 6 marine conservation areas, 9 marine gardens, and 7 marine research areas. And each of these types of designations come with like a specific prescription, if you will, or a specific goal. So I'll get into the nuances of that in just a little bit. And so as you can see from this map, the rocky habitats cover many places on the coast. And so the farthest north is Ecola Point and Cannon Beach, going all the way down to the Brookings Marine Research Area in Brookings on the south coast. And this map doesn't even show the 5 marine reserves or marine protected areas on the coast. So give you a sense of really the extent of managed areas on the coast that we have. And there's also other types of protected areas, for example, the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge, which is actually federal jurisdiction. It's managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge is basically thousands of offshore rocks and islands that, over a certain elevation is part of this wildlife refuge. So there are some nuances there, and it really, having this overlap of jurisdiction between state and federal managed areas, this work really lends itself to collaboration with fellow agencies. And I just want to keep in mind, that all marine managed areas, whether it's state or federal, are an investment into the long-term resilience of ocean health. These designated sites support the state goal 19 and promote a long-term ecological and economic benefit that really derives from healthy habitats and healthy marine ecosystems. So I mentioned there are some really passionate people and community members on the coast. So here are some of their faces. For this work, we have worked with the 5 federally recognized coastal tribes. We've worked closely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We've contacted and participated with Oregon State Police, who are really essential in enforcement of wildlife laws. And then also the Department of State Lands, which, just for information, has jurisdiction of the ocean floor in these habitats. There was a group of partners who we call ourselves the Rocky Habitat Partners. And this group of really passionate people came out of the proposal process. They were all supporting each other through the designation process. And continue to meet monthly today. So they're really seeing this work through the implementation phase. And I think you'll understand why it's so important to have this strong network. So some of these partners are dedicated staff from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, the Seven Capes Bird Alliance. And I wanted to give a little shout out to the Seven Capes Bird Alliance. They're located in Lincoln City. And they have really been so fundamental in this work. And one of their staff members, Kent Dowdy, has been co-facilitating the Rocky Habitat Partners group with me. And he has really dedicated so much time to this work and is really a leader in ocean management. Also, not to forget about the Bird Alliance of Oregon, Surfrider Foundation, Redfish Rocks Community Team, Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, the Shoreline Education for Awareness, North Coast Land Conservancy, Haystack Rock Awareness Program, and the Friends of Otter Rock. Working with these folks really is the best part of my job. I felt so lucky to join this work already with a group of passionate people, and I've learned so much from them about priorities that communities have on the coast and really what it takes to be dedicated to conservation. All right, we had a really robust public engagement process and community engagement. Oh, yes, I see a question. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Eva. In the partners, I did not see any cities or counties. And since they're the elected governing bodies, I was wondering first why they weren't at least listed as part of the partnerships. And second, or I guess maybe first, why they weren't acknowledged, and then second of all, were they involved?
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. That is a great question. And you're right, cities and counties were not included in this group of partners that have been meeting monthly. But there were some jurisdiction or some cities that were involved in the public workshops. And I can tell you that a lot of the partners that we work with have close ties with their city leadership. So it's not the case in every city, but I can tell you that we have connections with city representatives in Cannon Beach, Depot Bay, and Port Orford. And I'll share a little bit about the public workshop series, where we did invite local planners and in some cases city leadership. But you're right, we didn't have as much engagement with all city leaders. And I might share a little bit more about why that is. Beaches and rocky habitats fall in kind of a somewhat unusual jurisdiction where they really are a part of state and federal jurisdiction and management. Local cities and counties have jurisdiction over some beach access points, but the rocky habitats themselves are a little bit out of their purview. But I think in the future, and particularly through the review process of the management plans, it'll be really important to make sure that we hear from city leadership. So thank you, Commissioner.
As a follow-up to that, I would always point out that I certainly would concur that that it is a state federal, but they are in a county of
Right.
some county along the coast, and it affects the county's tourism. It affects the county's economic development. We could go through a whole litany, and I would certainly encourage always that counties have the first right to decline to participate versus not being invited. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Yes, that's absolutely a great point. Commissioner Thompson, thank you.
Thank you. I echo my colleague's point of view. I've lived by the ocean for a quarter of a century, and it's bone and blood deep with me in terms of my genetic heritage as well. Our county comp plan encompasses this, so I'm grateful to hear that you will be extending those professional courtesies of involvement with both cities and counties, because I did hear from the city of Seaside as well on this issue. So thanks for widening your lens.
Thank you, Chair Lazo and Commissioners Thompson and Bennett. I appreciate that feedback, and that's really important perspective. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share more about the public engagement with this process. We really have had a robust public engagement. I'll share a little more detail about the workshop series that we held in 2024 and 2025. We also have opened the management plan for public comment. There's one that's available right now for public comment. And at all of our workshops, we opened a public comment period as well. I was lucky enough to work with a class of undergraduate and graduate students at the Portland State University. And three student groups worked closely with me to do further research into rocky habitat stewardship. And some of their work I've incorporated into the management plans themselves, which has been really exciting. A lot of the people who are engaged with this type of stewardship work are what we call tide pool ambassadors or tide pool ambassador programs. And so we held 2 trainings that the LCD participated in to share more about this landscape of marine management and what's important to keep in mind for people who are on the front lines doing this interpretation work. And then we also kept the Ocean Policy Advisory Council updated at all of the meetings during this time to give project updates. This photo was taken in Bandon at our workshop for Coquille Point last year. All right, so moving into the development process for these plans. The Rocky Habitat Management Workshop Series was really a wonderful way to hear from community members and to make sure that the points, the perspectives and priorities for local communities make their way into the management plans for these sites. So we held 5 hybrid meetings in 2024 in every local community located nearby these the new designations. And then we held 4 virtual workshops this year to really focus on recommended actions that communities and agencies can take to follow through on the goals for each site. And so some of the driving questions and themes for these workshops were information sharing, where do people hear about Rocky habitats? What information is out there? What are interpretation and education goals that we have for the sites? What does monitoring and community science look like? And finally, what are some enforcement or compliance challenges that community members have experienced? So the management plans themselves will serve as a coordinating mechanism for groups that work to steward these habitats. So for example, government agencies, researchers, local schools and counties. And the management plans themselves were really informed from community input. And it was my really priority to make sure that community members who shared their ideas at the workshops could see their ideas show up in the plans themselves. And so that's been really a wonderful way, and I've learned a lot about what true transparency and community engagement looks like through this process. This photo was taken last year at a ribbon cutting for unveiling 2 new interpretive panels at Coquille Point. And everyone you see in the blue sweatshirt is from the Shoreline Education for Awareness program, which is a really dedicated board that does lots of great work in this site. This photo here is showing a survey that was taken at Short Sand Beach with the North Coast Land Conservancy. And so this is an example of the kind of hands-on programming that some organizations do at tide pools. And so it's kind of a mix of, both taking CSTAR surveys, how many species can you see, as well as sort of, deep education and interpretation. And so we're hoping that these plans can support more programs like this on the coast, make sure that organizations can support each other in this work, and make sure that the actions that happen in communities is really connected to the state goals for Rocky habitat management. All right, I wanted to share just a brief overview of the 3 different types of designation. So these are some photos from marine conservation areas on the coast. And this is the newest type of designation for under this category. And really it was made to be an adaptable designation. So the goal itself is to preserve and strengthen the ecological integrity of the habitat. But the more nuanced goals are adaptable based on the needs of the site. So for example, there's Whale Cove Marine Conservation Area has pretty strict regulations in terms of shellfish and fishing regulations. But then, for example, Black Lock Point Marine Conservation Area doesn't actually have any added restrictions to the harvest of fish or shellfish. So the designation is really highlighting the need for other types of management and stewardship practices, like, for example, BioBlitz, like counting different species, education opportunities, trail maintenance, those types of things. Marine research areas are the oldest type Rocky Habitat designation. And so these photos here are showing some, various types of surveys or research that takes place in these habitats. The photo with the large islands in the background is showing someone taking with a scope, and so they're like doing a black oyster catcher nest survey. So they're at a distance, checking on the nest to see if it will be successful. The goal of this designation is to promote long-term scientific research and monitoring, and really to support research at these sites. And then finally, you might be most familiar with marine gardens or marine education areas. The large rock there you see is Haystack Rock, which might be familiar with in Cannon Beach. The folks with the red jackets are from the Haystack Rock Awareness Program. And so marine gardens are designated places that have the easiest public access. Usually they feature large open sand areas that at negative tides, you can really get up close and personal with the tide pools themselves, which is just an incredible opportunity to share about marine biodiversity and to share about the importance of these habitats. So the goal itself is to protect the ecological integrity while also promoting public outreach and education. All right, and I wanted to welcome you to Coquille Point Marine Garden here. This site was designated in 2020, recommended in 2021, and the rules eventually went into effect in 2024. I don't have time to go into detail on all 8 sites, as much as I would love to share all of the wonderful photos I have with you. So I just wanted to give you a taste of what management strategy discussions sound like at some of these places. So Coquille Point is a great example of why state marine managed areas are important. So you'll see in some of these photos here, the grassy headland up on the top middle photo is showing the land part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service managed Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has designation and jurisdiction of the park up on the headland there, and then also kind of like leapfrogging over to these islands that you see. Those are also part of the federal jurisdiction. And then Oregon Parks and Recreation Department has jurisdiction of the beach itself. There's some other regulations at play, but the community realized that the intertidal habitats or kind of missing in this piece. There weren't any added regulations to kind of, protect the harvest of marine plants or shellfish or sea stars in this habitat. And so it was kind of creating this confusing problem for visitors, who they understood that there were strict regulations in some parts of this habitat, but not all parts. So the new marine garden boundary really ties together all of those different protections to really create this strong, resilient, protected area. There's a lot of really great programming that happens at this site. There are, different walks and in-person interpretation activities that happen because of the really beautiful park and the headland. They're able to do programming at high tide, and so still view the seabirds from a distance on the headland there. So the Coquille Point Marine Garden Management Plan is one of 8 management plans that are being developed as a part of this project. And this one is currently out for public comment, and the public comment window will close this coming Monday. And this plan, I put an example of this plan in the staff report. So you might have had a chance to look through some of the types of things that we're covering in the management plan itself. So really the heart of the plan is to develop objectives for managing this site, and then the associated recommended implementation actions for the site itself. So some of the objectives that were discussed are things like natural resource conservation objectives, public visitation objectives, site monitoring goals and objectives, and compliance. And the specific goal for Coquille Point is to afford more protection of plants and animals while encouraging the enjoyment of the designated area. All right, and so I just wanted to wrap up here by sharing that sometimes it can be hard to find out more information about these sites. There might be information that you can find online, on Instagram, on maybe a local chamber of commerce. But I wanted to share some of the state resources that we're currently updating to really make sure that they have the best information available. So some of the websites that have shown up here on the top left, Oregon Tide Pools is a website that DLCD and Oregon Parks and Recreation Department manage together. And so kind of a collaborative effort to share about things like, how do you take a field trip of students to tide pools? What are the best practices and tide pool etiquette? On the top right, this is our website, the Oregon Ocean Information website. We've developed site pages for each of the sites to get into more detail. And then the bottom two websites are Oregon Fish and Wildlife Department websites. And these are really, really the best places to go to get more details and information on sport fishing and shell fishing regulations. And then lastly, a lot of the tide pool ambassadors who work in the field and who do this interpretation work are first, witnesses to urgent situations, emergencies, things that happen on the beach. And so it became apparent through community engagement that having clear direction on urgent response and contacts is important for this work. So this was also came up in conversations and as a part of the management plan itself. So then moving forward, what's next? We want to keep the momentum going even after the management plans have been drafted. We don't want the plan to just sit on a shelf. We want it to be adaptable and relevant and useful. So the first step is always deepening collaboration. So we're hoping to collaborate more with the Marine Reserves Partnership Program, which is a group of nonprofits that are kind of like sister organizations to every Marine Reserve. And a lot of the work that they do is similar to the type of work in rocky habitats as well. We're hoping to formalize standards for community science data collection to make sure that data that's collected by community members really goes very far and has an impact into deepening our understanding of the coast. There's also been interest in developing a marine education curriculum to kind of, bring children into this and make sure that that we're, catching kids young to really inspire the next generation of ocean stewards. And we're hoping to continue this work going into the future. So thank you so much for your time today, Chair Lazo, commissioners. Do you have any questions for me? Any ideas for where this work could go in the future? And I also invite you to think back to the beginning of the presentation and with your questions, share your favorite tide pool or beach that you visited if you'd like. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva. Commissioners, before we move into public comment, I just wanted to see if there was any clarifying questions, and then we're going to come back after public comment and go through any commission input that folks have. So any clarifying questions for Eva before we check in on public comment? All right, we'll come back to you, Commissioner Thompson. I did see your hand. All right. Adam, is there anybody signed up for public comment on this item?
Chair, no one has signed up as of yet.
Is there anybody online that would like to offer public comment on this item? Not seeing anybody chiming in. All right, so we will go back to commission input. So folks that have input on the Rocky Habitat Management Program, or as Eva prompted us, anybody have thoughts about their favorite rocky habitat on the coast? So Commissioner Thompson.
Well, it's not really a fair question because of course I would want my own front yard, which is the Falcon Cove Marine Reserve, which is beautiful and wild. Um, I loved hearing about this. I love knowing that the environmental community, of which I've been a part for many years, has participated in this. I'm curious, some people visit and may not understand, so I think education is important. Some people may visit and deliberately do things that are detrimental to the health of the ocean, so enforcement becomes important. And there is also the financial aspect of people who make money, whether it's the travel and tourism industry or people who fish or people who have an interest in cables, for example. We're seeing wind power. So I see a lot of room for expansion and integration of varying points of view, all of it geared toward protecting the long-term sustainable health of the ocean. I appreciate the presentation this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter, you have to unmute yourself. Oh, are you frozen? Can we not hear you? Oh, you might be frozen, Commissioner Porter. We'll wait for you to thaw out and then we'll come back to you. Wave your arms around when looks like you might be thawing. Nope, still looks like you're frozen. All right, Commissioner Warren, let's move on to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eva. What a great presentation. It's always so fun for us to get to dive into the Rocky Shores. It's a nice brain break, I think, for many of us. And to be reminded that, you know, we also have responsibilities over along the coast. And Eva, I would just always appreciate your professionalism and just the wonderful approach to presenting. I've known Eva for a while now and get to experience her both personally and professionally, and she's just a gem. So I'm really sad to see her not continuing on at the department, and I just really hope that we can find a place for her somewhere.
Commissioner Warren.
And Vice Chair Lazo, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my bandwidth kind of had a little power outage or something. So I turned my video off. I apologize, but I'm here. So Eva, I wanted to tell you, thank you so much. This was a really great presentation, and I was really looking forward to this when I saw it on this week's agenda. I'm actually very envious. It was probably a really fun and satisfying project to work on for sure. I've kind of watched some of the progress and the initiatives on this through the various Audubon and Bird Alliance chapters throughout the state, and this is just really exciting. So I don't have any questions for you. I just want to commend your good work, and I hope that this can, you know, take off on a grander scale. The ocean, you know, the Rocky Shores and the ocean habitats are relatively new to me, moving out here from the Rocky Mountains several years ago. But I've really grown to appreciate it. And my first experience is on the coast, and I can't remember which tide pool it was, but it was somewhere around Coos Bay or Coquille, I think, but I'm not positive. And I was really in awe with what I saw, and I got to hike Cape Perpetua right after I moved here too, and you know, so it's really kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of it for sure. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners with thoughts or input for Eva or other team members? For me, you know, my Rocky habitat experience is the one that I love the best is definitely got to be spending time at Haystack Rock and going to watch the funny little puffins fly around out there. And then the time we were out there, we saw the black oyster catchers at the base of the rock, and then some the harlequin ducks that you had there. And so, you know, it's such an enriching environment to be in. And I second what Commissioner Thompson said. I think the education is so important for folks approaching these habitats, and particularly the new designations, where they may have operated in some of those spaces differently before they were being managed. So I think it's really important to make sure that folks understand how they should be operating in these spaces as we bring them in with these designations. So appreciate the work that you and all the partners are doing out there. Yeah, and so I've been with the Haystack Rock education folks, and they're just amazing. It's such a fantastic program. So thank you all for the work you're doing. And have any other last words from you or Lisa or Amy's here? You have anything to add?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for the kind words for Eva. She has truly been a pleasure to work with, and we actually thought we were going to have to say goodbye last March, and we were able to not say goodbye last March, and now we thought we were going to have to say goodbye in November. So now we get her for yet one more month. So we're super happy with what she's done and where she's going to leave this project for us as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Chair Lazo, commissioners, and thank you, Lisa. I appreciate your time this morning and your words of encouragement.
Okay.
I too would just like to spend a moment to thank Eva for all of her time and expertise on this project. She's been wonderful to work with. And I would also invite the commissioners on any future field trips that you may have on the coast to visit one of these special gems. I would be happy to lead a portion of that time and take you out there so that you could experience one of these places in person.
We're almost after a good field trip like that. Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Well, speaking of field trips, I'm sitting here thinking, wouldn't it be lovely if the commission could actually get in a ship and cruise up the coast for a little way? I tell you, I did that as part of my participation in environmentalist organizations. There's nothing like being out in the water. It's a be there joke. And there was only one seasick person, I would tell you. It's not. So if we could arrange to do that, it can be life altering, I think, in terms of the awareness of what it means to see the land, to see the ocean, to be there together. So I'd put my vote in for that. Thanks.
On that in the budget. Thank you, Commissioner. Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Lazo and commissioners. Eva, did you happen to mention the celebration, sort of the soft opening? Did you happen to mention that? If you could just share that with the commission, I think if they have interest or they're nearby, they may want to come down and be a part of that.
Thank you for the reminder, Lisa. Thank you, commissioners and Chair Lazo. On November 13th in the afternoon, we are getting together, bringing together communities that were involved in this work and all of the Rocky Habitat partners at the Hatfield Marine Science Center in the Gwynn Library. And so we're gonna get together and basically just have a celebration and kind of like unveiling of the plans, if you will. And so I invite anyone who would, any commissioners or staff, if you would like to come join us at the Gwynn Library on November 13th. It'll be sometime in the afternoon, probably around 2 or 3 p.m. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that information. All right. Any other items? Parts of the Rocky Habitat Management? Okay. So I think we're going to move, if it's okay, we'll be a little ahead of schedule, but I know that we have these two agenda items together because we have all our coastal folks here. So are we okay to move to item number 3, the initiation of the coastal public access rulemaking? Yeah, and then we'll do a break after that. But since we have the coastal folks here, let's go ahead and push through if we could. All right. So next we will have Lisa and Meg for item 3 now on the initiation of coastal public access rulemaking. Again, Lisa, could you introduce the folks that you have with you?
Sure. So Chair Lazo, commissioners, again, my name's Lisa Phipps, for the record, the manager of the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division with the department. And I am very happy to introduce to you today Meg Reed, our Coastal Policy Specialist. Meg has been sitting on this for a little bit. It's been on the back burner, but simmering the whole time in a positive way. We're happy to be able to bring this in front of you for your consideration today. Coastal public access is one of the cornerstones of Oregon's beach systems that really makes it different from almost anywhere in the country, and the ability to access our beaches is really a privilege and a expectation by our communities and by the folks that come to visit us. And so I'm going to pass this over to Meg, and she's going to lead you through what we are asking of you today. Thank you, Meg.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, Chair Lazo and members of the commission. I'm going to take over screen sharing, Adam, if that's okay. All right, can you all see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, for the record, my name is Meg, and I am the Coastal Policy Specialist for DLCD in the Ocean and Coastal Services Division. And I'm going to talk with you today, asking for the initiation of a rulemaking effort for
We must make. Can
Can you hear me again?
screen though.
Sorry.
Screen share. That's right.
I will. Give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully it won't quit again. Thank you. I will be talking today about the coastal public access rulemaking effort that we're hoping to initiate. So we're asking for your vote on this issue. So I'll start a little bit with some background information and some of the legal framework that we have in Oregon. As Lisa alluded to, we have a very special protections over public access in Oregon. And then I'll talk a little bit about the pressures on public access and the goal 17, which is where most of the protections live for land use, and then get into more specifics of the rulemaking. So to start with, you're probably all very familiar with the Beach Bill in Oregon, which was passed in 1967. And that was really a pivotal moment for Oregon and for recreation and access. What it did was give ownership to the state of Oregon for the wet sands of the beaches, and then it put a permanent recreational easement on the dry sands of the beaches up into the statutory vegetation line or the line of actual vegetation, whichever is further landward. And so that's also a fairly unique idea, is that it's a rolling easement that can change over time, and it's meant to give recreation the priority over the beach. And then we had the statewide land use planning system that was established in 1977, and we have the 19 planning goals, the last 4 of which are coastal specific and specific to our resources on the coast. And goal 17 is for coastal shorelands, and that's where the primary protection for public access is included for coastal shorelines. But there are several other land use planning goals that do touch on recreation and access that would be integrated into this idea. And lastly, I'll just mention that as DLCD is the home of the Oregon Coastal Management Program, we also provide a decadal public access inventory so that we can actually go through the whole coastline and find all the public access sites and put them together and in a list and a database to provide for not only our local government partners, but for the public as well. So this is a screenshot that you see on the screen of our current public access inventory that was most recently completed in 2021. So that is something that we provide and will be a very important piece to our coastal access rulemaking. The last thing I'll mention on the legal framework is that the ocean shore has that beach bill protection inside our estuaries and river systems. The access is a little bit different. It doesn't have the same protections on the upland areas. So there is state ownership or jurisdiction over the beds and banks of our rivers and estuaries and bays, but people are not able to go on the land above ordinary high water unless they have explicit permission from the landowner. Goal 17 would still apply in these instances, so that's the access to the shoreline or along the shoreline, and so that is something that we'll talk more about shortly. But over time, I'm sure this is no surprise, there have been pressures on our coastal public access, particularly these items that are here on the screen: increased public or coastal population and visitation. This was especially true during the pandemic, when people were able to go outside and be in nature was still an activity that was allowable. And so that was something that we saw a lot of, is people coming to the coastline and kind of maxing out the capacity of many of our coastal access sites. There's been increased development pressure and encroachment. There's also increased hazards from erosion and storms and things like that that are constantly putting pressure on our access points. And then, of course, our partners who are managing these areas definitely don't have enough resources to be able to maintain and manage them over time. And there's increased demand for it, as I've sort of mentioned, that with the pandemic, that really hasn't let up. There's still a lot of visitation happening on the coast, and there's more demand for increased infrastructure and accessibility. So being able to use a bathroom, have a parking lot, have areas where you can get to the beach for people who have mobility challenges, like Moby Maps or David's wheelchairs. These are some things that have been expanded on over time that provide access to more people. So to that end, our department did apply for and receive a federal grant. This is similar to the one that Eva just mentioned. It's a project of special merit that was funded through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We started that in January of 2022, and we were able to hire a limited duration position. That was my colleague Claire Figner, who's now in another role at the department, but she led this effort, and it included a lot of public engagement and partnership. There was a survey that had over 400 responses on people's ideas about public access, what they really like, what they don't like. We had some listening sessions in person about these topics. And then we also put together a coastal access advisory team that we called the CAT. And this met frequently. It was a group of various professionals and interests who were related to coastal public access. We also had tribal representatives and some state agencies. And so they put together, or helped to put together, a guidebook that we published about last year that's specifically geared towards local government planners on how they can help maintain and improve public access to coastal shorelines. It also includes a chapter on tribal engagement with local government partners. It also includes model policies, comprehensive plan policies for local governments to use as a starting point. And then the group also talked about potential rulemaking concepts for what would a rule around coastal public access look like, and what is really what is worth putting into a rule versus what are other things that we can do through grants or guidance or other types of things. I wanted to give a shout out to our Coastal Access Advisory team members. They were represented by these different entities on the screen. So we did have a pretty good mix of people and different expertise and perspectives who were able to join us through those meetings. And we will be inviting them to participate in the Rulemaking Advisory Committee if this were to move forward as potential RAC members as well. So just to turn to the statewide planning goals now and the rulemaking effort itself. So goal 17 is coastal shorelands. It is for the land, meaning estuaries and coastal lakes and the ocean shore. So it is, I think of it as our working waterfronts goal. It's really about the of being right next to the water. And there's protections for both things like riparian resources, fish and wildlife habitat, restoration opportunities, but also for water dependent development like marinas, seafood processing plants, and other things that really depend on access to the water to be able to function. So this is, I think, a really nice photo that kind of encapsulates why this is so important and how unique these kinds of lands are. And this is in the city of Newport on the Central Coast and the South Beach community. So you can see just how varied the shoreline is, how integrated it is with the water. And within this goal is a specific implementation requirement for the protection of public access to the coastal shorelines. So here it is in its entirety. I'm not going to read it to you, but I wanted to just kind of highlight some main principles that are within this. One is that local governments are to coordinate with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department and develop and implement a program to provide increased public access. Then there's also protections around any sort of public ownership or right-of-way or easement that provides access to the shoreline. And you can think of road ends or other things like that, parks, things like that that provide access, and being able to maintain those, retain those. And then if they are vacated or transferred or something like that, they have to be replaced. And the same is true for rights of way specifically, that they can be vacated as long as public access across the site is retained. So that's if, again, thinking about road ends in particular, that is a place where there is a lot of public access. And I just wanted to show this photo to kind of really hammer home that point that road ends really do provide a lot of public access throughout the coastal zone. And this is in the city of Seaside, where you can see all the various roads ending at the ocean shore. So we are hoping to move forward with some of the concepts that were provided initially by the Coastal Access Advisory Team, as well as our staff and other partners who have come together on this topic, and create a new rule. So Goal 17 only has one implementing rule right now, and that's on water dependent zoning. So for public access, it would be a new rule. And part of that would be to clarify all those provisions that I just kind of walked through, because it is, while it is directive in the goal, it is not very specific. So things like definitions, what is a coastal public access program and what should it include, how to maintain and increase that public access over time, more clarity on public rights of way in particular, because this has been an issue that has come up with local governments over time, how to coordinate with lots of other entities, because these road ends or other public access sites often do have many jurisdictions involved, city, county, state. So there can be lots of different, there can be a lot of questions about who is the one who's supposed to maintain this and who has jurisdiction over decisions. And then thinking about future conditions and what we want these public access sites to be like in the future. So thinking about equitable public access, protection of coastal and natural resources, some of the issues that Eva raised, and then resilience to coastal hazards. The full rulemaking advisory committee charge that we've put together for your consideration is in attachment A of the staff report on this item. And then we have this list of potential interests to be on the rulemaking advisory committee. So you can see there's a number of different interests on this list, as well as several state agencies who are all either have some kind of jurisdiction or have a lot of interest in public access from different perspectives. And the ones that are highlighted in bold font are interests that have been added when we went to the citizen or the community involvement committee and the local government committee, local officials advisory committee. We did present this to both of those, and they added some additional interests that were really helpful in this conversation and would be really would love your feedback on this as well. So just to wrap up then, if this rulemaking were to move forward, we're hoping to have the initiation today, and then we would have RAC meetings in December, January, February, and then May. We would have a little bit of a break in there to do a town hall with local government partners and others about the draft rules, and then come to LCDC for a public hearing in April, at the April meeting. Because this rule would be specific to a specific geography only, there would also be a geographic hearing held on the coast at that time. Then we'd have the final RAC meeting and then come back to LCDC in June for adoption. And the rules would become effective probably in September, but that is something that we'd like to discuss with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. One thing that I didn't mention that I really want to make clear is that the intention of these rules is not to create an unfunded mandate for our local government partners, but to be kind of rules that would only come into play if they were going to go through developing a public access program and or updating their inventory, or if they were going to do something like modify an existing public access point, and that would just include having findings in their staff report for justification on that issue. So that is our intention with this rulemaking process. So I'll stop there and open it up for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Good timing. Commissioner Bennett, did you have a clarifying question on something that Meg had brought up?
Yes, thank you, Meg, for a great presentation. Looking at the makeup of the rulemaking committee, I would strongly encourage that there be an S added to the local elected officials, since the Oregon coast is rather long, and having both the league and AOC involved from both ends, you're going to get a better picture, plus ultimately a better buy-in. And I think likewise encouraging the city and county land use planners from numerous jurisdictions, not just either the North Coast or South Coast or Central, that, and as we've talked about it at the Local Officials Advisory Council. I think one other thing that I really believe that actually all of our RACs should be doing, which has been an outcome of when I've been meeting with the county planners and others, is that we are not putting together for the commission minority reports. We get, here's what the RAC decided, but we don't receive that information until testimony or anecdotally. And I would encourage that all of the staff reports coming out of the rulemaking advisory committees and contain at least the bullet points of the concerns so that we can be aware of them. And it provides us, I think it provides us a more transparent decision-making process, because sometimes the only time, and speaking only for myself, that I hear of something is when someone's testifying and saying, well, I was on the RAC, but, and whatever. If we had it ahead of time, then we can chat with staff and determine, oh, okay, why was this discounted or whatever. So I guess you're the first one I'm asking, but I do think that in the future, I believe that's going to be, it's going to be necessary, and I've spoke with the director about this. So thank you once again for your presentation. I think it's exciting. The only thing I can say, having gone to Seaside, was that finding the place to park, there was certainly, I could go down all of those trails to that. And when you showed the balloons, I was thinking of the fun we had at the Lincoln City Balloon Festival, whatever it was, and we could have spent days there. So thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Bennett. I appreciate that input, and I think it's an important point. So we'll definitely process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, and I'm going to continue to leave my video off for just a little bit, so I don't lose you completely. Thank you for your patience, Meg. Thank you for your presentation. That was interesting, and it sounds like an interesting proposal for rulemaking. One of my concerns, I'm very sensitive to potential rulemaking fatigue on the part of public, the public and the regulated community, regardless of who that regulated community is. And so I've read through your materials and I saw your the proposed charge. Can you share with us maybe some of the specific problems and examples of some of the specific problems that this rulemaking is wanting to address?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Porter, for the question. I would say some of the examples are, one is that there are not very uniform inventories of coastal access sites in community comprehensive plans. And over time, as you know, is true probably of most of our communities that with their comprehensive plans not having been updated in a long time, either that has changed over time, or there's just so much staff turnover that the knowledge has just really gone away, and like where the map is or what the information means has kind of gone away. So it's an opportunity to have more clear guidelines of what an inventory looks like and where the resources are to go. Like, for example, the decadal inventory that I mentioned that we provide as a starting point, at the very least, for every jurisdiction to have something to start from for their inventory or to build from their existing inventory. So that's one. And that idea of improving access has really not really had a lot of detail to it over time. So there's just been confusion, I would say, over what does that mean to improve public access. We have kind of informally thought of that as like there's primary access, which is those access points that already have improvements and are pretty well defined, versus secondary access, which might be, those road ends where people have developed a trail over time, but it's not really official. There's no improvements, but those could be areas to improve over time. There's also the issue of jurisdiction and maintenance that definitely comes up a lot, like who owns these areas, who maintains them, and then how do you cooperate between those? Like, as an example, in the city of Manzanita, their dunes have become so large over time. They've had so much sand accretion that it's coming down into the access points, but the city only has jurisdiction for a little bit of that. And then it's the state park that goes out to the rest of the dune. And so the city like grades it, and then there's nothing that they can do for the rest of it. So there's really big challenges for just like kind of trying to have that cooperation. So it could be a means to make that more formalized and more explicit of who is doing what. And then lastly, I'll just mention that the right-of-ways is a big one as well, where we've had more development coming in and potentially vacating right-of-ways that provide access to the shoreline. And just there's not a lot of clarity on like, what does it mean to retain public access across the site as the goal requires in those access points. And so how would you decide whether it's okay to vacate, and how would you continue to provide access? And like, does it have to be in the same area, or can it be down a mile? Can it be in the next jurisdiction? Like there's like lots of questions about where you would replace access. So this would provide more clarity on that. So hopefully that helps provide some of the issues that have come up over time.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Meg. The examples really helped a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Meg. I really appreciate the thoughtful approach that you have, because this is so complex with all of the partners, and particularly your emphasis on no unfunded mandates, because we know that the ocean is requiring constant maintenance of everything. So we're doing that. Chair Lazo, I wanted to mention, I was in a meeting yesterday with the mayor of Seaside. He said, you at LCDC get so much information. Would it be possible for staff to do an AI review and summary of the information and then distribute it to the commissioners to make life easier for you? And I thought that was a brilliant and very helpful suggestion for two reasons. One, then everybody would get the same information, it would be on the record. And number two, there would be adequate IT overview of how the AI operates. So this is a general suggestion, not specific to Meg's presentation, which again, I appreciate very much and look forward to participating in soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Warren.
Thanks, Meg. I just have a couple questions. What are you hearing from local government partners about their confusion about how to implement the rules? And then knowing that maintaining access is super expensive and knowing that most of our coastal communities are very, very budget constrained, what kind of funding does the state provide to support maintenance of those access ways?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Warren for the question. I think, you know, some of the examples I brought up before, that's really what I've been hearing is from local governments, like the Manzanita example, the city manager, like she just is like, I don't even know where to start. Like, how do I do this? You know, like there's so much sand coming in and we're doing what we can, but we're not really sure like who at the parks to talk to. And like, you know, there's so many layers to it, I think. And we've heard that from others too. Like there's part of a access that's city managed, part that's county managed, part that's state parks managed. So they just, I think they're asking for more help with understanding who does what on the coordination of that. And you're right, there is not a lot of resources to maintain these. So I think it helps maybe have the jurisdiction, especially in coordination with those other partners, sort of think about that and prioritize what they have, to say like, okay, these areas are the most well-trafficked and the most popular. So we're going to really focus our time and limited resources on these, but we've also identified these other ones that maybe over time, if we do find funding, we could improve them by maybe adding a parking lot or adding a bathroom or putting in a Moby mat there, you know, like things like that. There are some sources of funding out there for public access improvements. Our department actually used to provide them, but that money was unfortunately taken away over time. We're hopeful that it will come back at some point, but who knows? But there are the Travel Oregon and the Oregon Coast Visitors Association does provide some funding for that, and they have worked with our local jurisdictions to do some improvements. And Business Oregon, I believe, provides some grants around that, as well as the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. They have some local funds, grant funds for public access improvements. So there are some sources of funding for it. But some of it is just like active maintenance, right? It's like grading the sand or, you know, going to the bathrooms, you know, like that kind of stuff, which I think most of the jurisdictions I've worked with at least have like some budget for that. And because it's such a big part of their community and their tourism dollars and things like that. So I think it's just trying to clarify those kinds of things and help and support them where they need the most help.
Thanks, Meg. Commissioner Porter, did you have another question, or is your hand still up from the?
No, I had another question, Vice Chair, if that's okay. It's just a quick one.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Meg, it just occurred to me, and I should have asked you my last turn, sorry. Do you think it's possible that you could accomplish, you know, pretty much what you want to set out to accomplish with a guidance document instead of a formal rulemaking?
Yes, Commissioner or Chair Lazo and Commissioner Porter, thank you for the question. It's an interesting point. I think we have thought about that kind of exact issue. And we do have the guidebook that I mentioned before, that does provide a lot of similar types of resources for local governments in this context, and does provide model comprehensive plan policies. So there is some of that already for local governments. I think what a rule can do that guidance doesn't is provide more uniformity and certainty and requirements for every jurisdiction, regardless of whether they decide to do it voluntarily or not. This is a requirement of Goal 17. And I think just given how many pressures there are on public access over time, that having a rule can really help clarify that the intention of that requirement, of what it really means to at least maintain, but hopefully also improve public access to the shoreline, because it is so important to communities and really the culture of Oregon. So I think there's some pieces that for sure can be a guidebook or guidance and that kind of thing. But what I think is the benefit of a rule is that uniformity and the clarity that it applies to everyone, and kind of, so especially for the rights of way vacation, like that's just provides that kind of clarity for everyone to make the same kinds of decisions when they're going through that process.
Thank you again, Meg.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments, or commission input from commissioners? For me, I got a couple of pieces on the list of folks that potentially are interested to be represented on the RAC. We have tourism organizations and coastal business representatives. I'm wondering about if economic development agencies might also have a similar interest and might be slightly different than those two. I think they're kind of reflected there, but actual economic development agencies in those areas also might have a slightly different bent. And it might be represented in some of the other ones too, but just that came to mind. I'm also curious about one of the examples you gave in response to Commissioner Porter's question about kind of examples. You mentioned identifying, if I have this right, identifying public access sites in comp plans, and that may not have been updated. Do you envision from this charge that that's a potential pathway that the rule could go, that it might require cities to update their comp plans with current public access sites? Yeah, because again, if they need to be improved, we have to know where they are. So that might be kind of the first step. Is that what you meant by and what you envision in that, and where this rulemaking might go?
Yeah, Chair Lazo, thank you for the question. I think yes, but in like sort of caveated to be that they would do that only if they were going down that pathway of updating their comprehensive plan or updating specifically for coastal access, but not requiring them, once the rule was adopted, to just have to do it, since we don't have the funding for it. So that would be that's at least how we've envisioned the rule at this point, is to only happen if they were going to go down that pathway.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, commissioners, if there's no other clarifying questions or discussion at this moment, I'm going to check in to see if there's anybody signed up for public comment. Adam?
Sure, we have not received any petitions for public comment.
Okay, anybody sign up? Anybody's joined us online that would like to offer public comment on this agenda item? All right. Okay, then, no public comment. So commissioners, are we be happy to entertain a motion if we're ready to head that way? Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chair, I would make the motion that that the commission initiate rulemaking to create new rules under Goal 17 to provide clarity to local governments on identifying, maintaining, and improving public access to coastal shorelines. Approve the draft charge included as Attachment A and direct the department to appoint the RAC in the manner described in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Is there a second to Commissioner Thompson's motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner
Oh,
Porter chimed in with a second. That's fine. Commissioner Bennett, you got beat out there. So.
sorry. I'm sorry. He had his hand raised. I didn't. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark.
Anything else for you, Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, I'd like to amend Commissioner Thompson's motion. I was waiting for someone to second it. With just the minor change in the language in the appoint the RAC in the manner described, taking into account the discussion, because we added a few items. And Commissioner Thompson, due respect to you, I was just that I think we do need to include more elected officials, more planners, and then also community development. And I wouldn't want to not have that in the motion out of due respect to you. But so that was my amendment to Commissioner Thompson's motion. Proposed amendment, I guess.
As the maker of the motion, I'm agreeable to that. I would like Commissioner Bennett's language to be articulated by Commissioner Bennett.
I think he did there. So I think we got, and interestingly enough, in the staff report, Commissioner Bennett, what you mentioned, it actually does say local elected officials with an S. I just noticed that. But otherwise, the discussion around potentially economic development or community development folks and county planners, and I think I think that list tends not to be too prescriptive, but I think we can also broaden it as we are appointing RAC members. The other comment I would make about kind of what we said earlier about the CAT folks is, is that those folks shouldn't automatically become the RAC because this isn't baked in at this point. They because of the history and background they bring to this work, they make potentially good RAC members if they fit in the representative slots, but they wouldn't automatically be our RAC. So we have a motion with the friendly amendment, and so I think the second will still stand. Is that, are you okay with that, Commissioner Porter? Thompson. No, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Thompson accepted the friendly amendment. Commissioner Porter seconded. You're still okay with the second on that?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from commissioners about the motion to move forward with initiating the rulemaking and the RAC? All right, we're ready to move forward. Adam, would you call the roll for the vote on this item?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Commissioner Boyer and Chair Holova have excused absences. All right, thank you so much, Meg and Lisa and the team. I appreciate you and look forward to seeing this as it progresses and see where it lands.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you all. With that, we are about a half hour ahead, and so I think we're going to take a quick break before we move on to item number 4, which will be the Affordable Housing Pilot Project rules for the City of Pendleton, and we'll hear from Gordon and his team when we come back. So, yeah, let's take a whole half hour break. So we'll come back at 11 for that agenda item, number 4. So 11 a.m. we'll be back online. All right, welcome back, everyone. See some of our commissioners back on video. But we are ready to move on to agenda item number 4. We have Gordon Howard, Don Hurt, and John Jennings for item 4, the Affordable Housing Pilot Project rules for the city of Pendleton. Gordon, could you please introduce your team?
Thank you, Chair Lazo. Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. And we're here today for an item that will help the city of Pendleton proceed with some long-range planning for housing in its community based upon rules adopted almost 10 years ago now by or 8 years ago, 9 years ago by the department, and based on the legislation from 2016. And to talk further on this issue, I'm going to introduce Don Hurt, who is our Eastern Oregon Regional Representative, representing, I've lost track of the number of counties, quite a few in Eastern Oregon, doing that very well. And then John Jennings, also our Community Services Specialist, who is a jack of all trades around the entire state, but especially anything east of the Cascades. So Don, if you could take it on at this point.
Great. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Chair Lazo and Commissioners. This proposed rulemaking, as Gordon stated, is for Pendleton's Affordable Housing Pilot Program. The geographical hearing occurred last night. You see on that first screen there in Pendleton. We'll provide a little bit more detail on that later in the presentation. So next slide, please. I am bringing this request to consider a new administrative rule for the city of Pendleton's participation in the Affordable Housing Pilot Program. This program will allow Pendleton to participate, this program allows participating cities to expand their urban growth boundaries by up to 50 acres for development that includes affordable housing. This is the first step. Any proposal to expand Pendleton's urban growth boundary will come later, just to let you guys know that. Slide number, okay. Thank you, we're already there. The city of Pendleton has submitted a petition for rulemaking to DLCD. The petition asks the commission to create a new rule that would slightly modify the definition of high value farm included in OAR 660 Division 39. This rule will only apply to the city of Pendleton and is supported by the department. Just provide you a little bit of legislative history. Pendleton's petition detailed in this rule change is needed to support their plan to expand their urban growth boundary in order to develop the affordable housing on the nearby lands created outside or currently that are outside the urban growth boundary. In 2016, House Bill 4079 created a pilot program that was administered by LCDC that allow one metro area city and one city outside of the metro to propose a limited urban growth boundary expansion for new housing development. These expanded areas were to include significant share of affordable housing units. In 2021, House Bill 2160 authorized Pendleton to be a participant in this with a deadline to submit to LCDC by June 30th, 2023. And in 2023, House Bill 2027 extended this deadline. Pendleton must submit and obtain LCDC approval for its urban growth boundary expansion by January 2nd, 2028. So I'm going to now ask that our Community Service Specialist, Mr. John Jennings, detail the high value farmlands and the Oregon Administrative Rule provisions.
So thank you, Don, and Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm John Jennings. For the record, the Department's Community Services Specialist. As Don has pointed out, this is a first step in the process. This will enable the candidacy of some properties for this program. It does not, at this point, expand the city's urban growth boundary. That'll come later. We wanted to take a second, or more than a second, and kind of talk about the definitions of high value farmland. And that really originates in ORS 215-710. And that, among other things, is known for really focusing on soils that are considered the best of the best, right? Those are the prime, unique, class 1, class 2 soils. Those are finite and they are irreplaceable, right? Those are incredibly important for Oregon's agricultural economy. Secondary, or in addition, I should say, there's a definition in ORS 195-300 sub 10. And that does include the same lands that are protected or identified for protection under the previous statute, but it's also broader. It broadens a definition to include lands that are subject to an irrigation water right, or within a irrigation district or diking district, or lands within an American viticultural area that have certain features, not that they're planted grapes, but that they have the features that could support vineyard development in terms of generally slope, aspect, and elevation. And then furthermore, a subsection of that second statute identifies lands that would have those features that are located within the Columbia Valley AVA in Oregon, and that does include lands adjacent to and around the city of Pendleton. And again, those are not lands that are planted to grapes or in vineyard production. Those are lands that have the presumed ability to support that type of activity. I'm going to move real quickly through the touch on the actual administrative rule here. As we're all familiar with, in many cases, the legislature, establishes overarching policy, and then LCDC adopts administrative rules to interpret and administer that policy, right? And so when the legislature said there will be an affordable housing pilot program, they also directed the commission to adopt rules to specify when and how that should happen, and when where it shouldn't happen, right? And naturally, high value farmland being a cornerstone of our program and of our agricultural community was targeted to be avoided if we can. The language that ultimately was adopted in the commission's rules in that division 39 of chapter 660 used the more expansive definition of high value farmland, that which is in ORS 195-300 sub 10, and that's really the focus of this conversation. So I think these next couple slides kind of illustrate how that applies to the city of Pendleton, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So as John stated, this is a representation of this Pendleton's urban growth boundary in the blue. And then the next slide is going to give you a pretty good visual representation of what we're dealing with. This map will show the city's urban growth boundary in blue, again, as well as the AVA, or the American Viticulture Area, high value soils shown in red. So it's a pretty good representation of how the current language affects the city of Pendleton and their potential for this project.
So that's exactly right. Just before we move on, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I just want to again emphasize, these are not lands in vineyard production. These are lands, you can see how constraining it is. Thank you for your patience.
So this is the proposed draft rule that we have provided to the commission. A few things that we really want to emphasize here, again, is to state that this rule is only for the city of Pendleton. It's only for lands that are adjacent to their urban growth boundary. It's only for a very limited specific rule, and it is only for a very narrow subcategory of lands. All other high value categories such as class 1, class 2, prime, unique soils, irrigated lands, lands planted with orchards or vineyards will remain fully protected. As stated earlier, we did hold a geographical hearing in Pendleton last night. We had options for both in-person as well as virtual. We did not have any virtual attendees. The meeting was successfully recorded, and we had 4 in-person attendees. 3 provided comments. I'm going to share those now. We had Angie Sullivan of Landwise provided testimony in favor of this new rule and stated that she was excited to have this completed so that she could move forward with the next step, which will be the application for the Affordable Housing Pilot Program. Mr. Tim Simons, who is Pendleton's Community Development Director, provided testimony in favor of this new rule and thanks staff for helping facilitate their petition. He looks forward to moving forward with the urban growth boundary expansion application to provide affordable housing for his community. Julie Chase, who is Pendleton City Planner, provided testimony in favor of the new rule. She thanks staff for coming out to Pendleton and looks forward to working on the next steps for this urban growth boundary expansion application process. And we also had in attendance Charlie Hotchkiss. She is a planner for Umatilla County. She was in attendance, but did not provide any additional testimony, more so than what was previously provided by the Community Development Director, Mr. Robert Walder, and was included in your commission packet. In addition, I'm going to add this really quick here. In addition, I was able to talk with both JD Tubby and Danny Schulte of the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation last week. On Monday this week, I received an email from Danny stating that they were not concerned with the proposed new rule. And I shared with both of them that we would be reaching out to the tribe when the application for the pilot program was submitted to be reviewed by LCDC. This draft motion is included before you. The department is recommending approval and have provided this motion for commission to consider. And Chair Lazo or Commission, do you have any questions of staff?
Great. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, John and Gordon. Commissioner Bennett.
Chair, thank you. A big shout out to Dawn and John in working with the city of Pendleton on this. I actually am familiar with the lands that proposed, and the city of Pendleton, well, Umatilla County is very excited about it. And it appears from reading local media that the city of Pendleton is extremely excited. I think bringing to the east side a project of this magnitude as a pilot project is really exciting also. And I really appreciate Dawn reaching out to the Confederated Tribes. As you know, that commission members and staff, the director and deputy director, we've been meeting with the various tribes. And I think this was a really great statement that we're not only just meeting, we're actually attempting as both the department and a commission to really seek their input, guidance, and concerns. And in this case, their support for projects. So all in all, this is, I think, really exciting for the east side. And it is, as they've mentioned, the very first step in a process that will be before us off and on, hopefully all before the deadline. So, Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready, I would be happy to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll check in with other commissioners to see if they have any discussion, comments, or input for our presenters. Commissioner Ford? I got a couple questions, and some of them are kind of general. I so appreciate us continuing to reiterate that this is specifically for Pendleton. It only applies to this. I don't think we can say that enough, because when I started reading this, I'm like, wait a minute here. What are we doing here? And then it's like, oh, this is specific to Pendleton. So a couple of questions. Were there any rules or rulemaking that were done when the Ben Redmond projects moved forward in the same pilot projects?
Yeah, if I could step in and answer that, Chair Lazo, Commission. Yeah, just for a little history, again, the projects, the legislature adopted the statute in 2016. Our commission wrote rules, the administrative rules that we're now amending by adding a new rule 2017 based on those rules, and with some other adjustments over the years. Both the commission did eventually approve projects in the city of Bend in 2018 and the city of Redmond in 2020. And both of those projects, by the way, are now actually finally being constructed, which is perhaps instructive that sometimes moving the urban growth boundary is not the hardest part of the actual development. It's doing the steps after that, but that's a topic for another day. But both of those properties were not on farmland at all. They were on land that was not designated as farmland. Actually, I take that back. The Redmond one was farmland, but it was not high value farmland at all. It was rangeland that was not high value farmland. And the Bend one was actually on land that was not designated as farmland at all. So they had no problems with the rule as it was written with an expansive definition of high value farmland. And so, but when in 2021, the legislature amended program to allow Pendleton to also apply. And when we started looking at the issue with Pendleton, we found this issue that the expansive amount of land, as the map shows, in the Columbia Valley viticultural area made an application of pretty much any project extremely difficult for the city, and so that's why we're here today.
So interesting. It brings up a couple other questions I have around it. Wouldn't this AVA designation, is it going to affect other areas? I'm assuming that there are other areas that have AVA designations, not just the Columbia County one, but I'm assuming other parts of the state. So will that interfere potentially that same kind of development that this pilot project is trying to get to, or adjacent lands for affordable housing?
Thank you, Chair Lazo. In answer to that question, as we stated, this particular language is only for the city of Pendleton because they're the only city that the legislature has authorized to submit an application. Where this could come up in the future is more generally with urban growth boundary expansions of a city's. If Pendleton were to in the future do a more general urban growth boundary expansion to meet housing needs based on the analysis of their comprehensive plan. At that point, this issue might come up again, but it's not before you today because it's like I said, it's just for the city of Pendleton in this area. But I think this might come before you at some point in a more general discussion of urban growth boundary amendments. But like I said, today it's just the city of Pendleton we're dealing with, and this rule only applies to the city of Pendleton.
Thanks, Gord. I think it is interesting that it points out that there's potentially that exists. I know a few other things would have to happen for us to get there, obviously, but it's sort of interesting. And since this is AVA piece, have you all heard from or checked in with any, I know it's not in production now, but any potential winemakers either here in Oregon or in Washington as to whether or not this impacts their ability to do production in any way or somehow threatens what they do with AVA lands?
Yeah, Chair Lazo and Commission probably are, she's not here today, our agricultural specialist on Farm and Forest Lands, Hillary Foote, might be the best one to answer that if she's not available. Perhaps John or Don might have some thoughts on that. And I see Commissioner Bennett has his hand up as well.
So thank you, Mr. Howard and Mr. Chair. I would just offer that we have spoken with those folks, not in this context. I would offer that it's understood that a fundamental part of vineyard production involves irrigation. These lands aren't irrigated. I believe, and don't quote me on this, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I suspect that if the city and county are here to say anything, that they would say something that would say, if these were genuine candidates, they probably would be planted now. What we've got here, and maybe Commissioner Bennett can help me out with this, but these are lands that are almost exclusively in dryland wheat production, or enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program, CRP program, and haven't been farmed, been paid not to farm for a couple of decades. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. And Commissioner Bennett, it looks like maybe John touched on what you were going to add, but is there anything you wanted to add to that, or Don?
No, John actually hit it right on the head there. When you take a look at the AVA lands on the to our left there, when you see the broad expanse, that's going to be the real limiting factor, is irrigation and water, because they would have been in production. Was it possible? And that piece of ground right there, actually, I think, John, most of it's just rolling grass that's been just used for grazing. I haven't even seen any dryland wheat or any crop, and maybe Don, but that piece is just really not been any high value agricultural production. As a rancher guy, I don't want to say it's low value, but on the flip side, I think that this is a good spot if we're going to allow it, because just of the fact that there is the groundwater limitation, and certainly surface water is non-existent.
It's so nice to have literally boots on the ground from all of you out there to help inform this. Really appreciate that. All right. Commissioners, any other comments, discussions, questions? And then before we go to a motion, let's check in to see if there's anybody signed up for public comment.
Chair, we do not have anyone signed up.
Maybe signed up for public comment on this item. Anybody come online to comment on this that would like to try to reach out to us? If not, I would entertain a motion on item number 4 regarding the rules for the affordable housing pilot project in the city of Pendleton.
Chair Lazo, I move that the commission adopt OAR 660-039-0110 as included in the staff report. Also, I failed to thank both John and Don for personally reaching out to me, making sure I was kept informed at all times and engaged. So, and also Director Bateman. So thanks to staff.
Do you have a motion from Commissioner Bennett? Second.
Commissioner Thompson would second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. We have a second. Any further discussion on the motion to adopt the rule as stated in the staff report? Hearing none, Adam, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Even Commissioner Boyer and Chair Holloway are still excused. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Gordon, John, Don. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It looks like we're actually on the lunch agenda item at this point, and so we will break for lunch and return at 1 p.m. for item number 5, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Rulemaking hearing, which will encompass our full afternoon. So see you all after lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of the Land Conservation and Development Commission's October 23rd meeting. Next up, we're gonna be on item number 5, Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Rulemaking Hearing. And I think most of the commissioners are back, and I see welcome Commissioner Boyer has joined us for the afternoon session. Thanks for being here. All right. So we have next up will be Ethan Stuckmeyer for item number 5, Oregon Housing Needs Rulemaking Hearing. Ethan, take it away. If you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Lazo and members of the commission. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I am getting the presentation pulled up, joining the meeting, so bear with me for just a tiny moment.
And if folks look at the agenda, we will have Ethan will be presenting and going through a pretty detailed look at the draft rules that have been released on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Then we'll take we'll have some discussion after he goes through the details of what's been proposed in the rules, and then we'll have public comment after that. And I think we've got about 23 people signed up so far. And so we are planning to have 3 minutes for public testimony. So we've got the rest of the afternoon is dedicated to this work on Oregon Housing Needs Analysis.
I'm ready. I apologize for that technical delay here, but maybe I'll just kind of start from the top. So Chair Lazo and members of the commission, again, for the record, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I manage the housing division here at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Today we'll be here to talk about or have a presentation around the proposed draft rules for implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program. And the commission will also hold a public hearing and hear public testimony on those proposed set of rules. There we go. We'll talk through a little bit in terms of the overview of the presentation here today. I'll ground ourselves in the ONA policy, the policy itself, and what we're actually talking about. This is a set of slides that the commission has seen many times at this point, so we'll kind of move through that process quickly. I wanted to also talk a little bit about the rulemaking process in general and some of the engagement and the feedback that we've heard throughout this rulemaking process really the last 2 years. And then we'll move into the draft rules themselves. There's an opportunity for commission kind of clarifying questions throughout, and then we'll move into more broad discussion and questions and public testimony. Finally, deliberation. As a reminder, we're not asking the commission to take any action today. However, comments and feedback are highly encouraged and requested as part of this agenda item. There's an opportunity to have some of that discussion and provide some of that feedback, both pre and post public testimony. Right. So in terms of the overview and queue up, like I mentioned, these slides will look very, very similar to slides you've seen previously. But I think for the purposes of being complete and comprehensive in this agenda item today to talk through all of the rules in the program itself, I wanted to kind of bring these up again. So the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, implemented through the passage of House Bill 2001 in the 23 legislative session, sets a new framework for local governments in their Goal 10 and Goal 14 planning work. This is in the highest level, change in a statewide methodology for estimating regional and housing needs and allocating that need to local governments to then take actions within their local control to meet that housing. And there are many other pieces to this program that kind of fit into that context and make that process work. But at the basis level is that suite of programs and policies directing implementation of statewide planning Goal 10. So a little bit of a reminder here, this is not just a DLCD initiated piece of program. This is in fact a tri-agency initiative. So DLCD, along with the Department of Administrative Services, particularly the Office of Economic Analysis within that department, and the Oregon Housing Community Services, work together to provide the pieces to this puzzle. So DAST was responsible for estimating and allocating the needed housing. OHCS, Oregon Housing and Community Services, is on deck to measure performance and provide data and tools for local governments to conduct that work. And the Department of Land Conservation and Development is the facilitator of the programmatic implementation of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis along with local governments to kind of craft the program for local governments. Another slide that looks very familiar to you all is this diagram articulating the steps in the process that local governments and the state move through in this new Goal 10 planning process. At the top, you'll see these steps in the process summarized into themes. In terms of a comprehensive housing planning Goal 10 implementation process, first step obviously is determining what the need is. What's the data analysis to inform the next step, which is taking actions to meet that need, affirmative actions to meet that need. And then finally, a process for tracking and monitoring how those actions and those needs either are being taken or the needs being met. And then with an opportunity to course correct throughout that tracking process. So in terms of a little bit of orientation to the structure of these slides, this mint green slide, like in the past, is queuing commissioners up for opportunity to ask questions on the information that was provided just previously. You'll also see some other colored slides that I'll talk about when we get to those, but wanted to pause here, Commissioner Lazo, if there are any questions from the commission on just the background.
Great, thanks, Ethan. And throughout the presentation, as Ethan said, he's going to pause so that we can ask any questions about the material that was just presented. So Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson, I think, was ahead of me. But Ethan, when you go through, and this one's just really reflected to me today because I have an invoice right in front of me for a ranch project, and I looked at it and I'm paying 85 cents a board foot for soft pine 2x10s, and I'm paying for a 3/4 sheet of plywood $38. And on the draft, on your PowerPoint that you just showed, there was barriers to progress. And somehow or another, I think that it's important that we continually hear that it's land use is one of the major impediments to moving forward. But at those rates, I'm glad that we're only building a lean-to on a barn versus a house. When I just looked at the invoice that was brought to me, I go, oh my gosh, how could we build houses? And my concern is that if the dashboard, if there was I believe it would be so helpful if there was an overall dashboard that compares, okay, there are impediments through land use, potentially. I'm not even totally sold on that, but reflecting that, and I really don't want to get mired into the tariffs issue, but as long as there's tariffs against Canadian softwood, there is a real problem out here for house building, because how can anyone be building affordable housing with those types of prices? So, and I'm not even asking you right now, but as you go through your presentation, if you could cover that, I think it's helpful, because I think we continually need to make sure that decision makers and the community at large are looking at, here's one of the limitations. It's not just, okay, if we change land use and you can build anywhere on the state of Oregon, that it's going to make a large difference. So I made a long speech out of that, but I do apologize for that. But if you could maybe address that as we go along, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett, I appreciate the comment, and I think what's important for the conversation today is that kind of in setting the frame of what the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program asks us collectively as state, regional, and local governments to do is take those actions within our control to try to set the table and remove barriers to the production of housing and meeting our production affordability and choice goals as a state. That has a inherent limit in terms of the level of influence that governments can have, particularly state, regional, and local governments can have on the other factors that play into meeting those goals. Things like, the national frame and costs of materials and those kind of things. But I think it's important to recognize in terms of the questions or the obligations set in front of local governments to recognize the impact of those. I'll do my best throughout the presentation to speak to the set of rules and administrative framework on how this program is structured around those local government actions, things within their nature.
Thank you. It's just that we're always seeming to be in this position of being whiny defense and of land use when these other factors are major drivers, because you can of development and perhaps this is the wrong forum, but I do think that it would be important for LCDC and the department to be pushing forward. Wait. When we have this discussion right now, there's other factors. I was just looking that there's about 11,500 permits pulled, which is far short of the 30,000 permit target for the year. And I couldn't even determine how many out of those 11,500 permits pulled this year there was actually construction started. So it could be significantly less. So if we're going to meet the targets, if we don't have somewheres within, and once again, while I'm not saying that your dashboard is the appropriate forum, I do think that it's important for the commission to say early on, wait a minute, there's a number of factors here, because ultimately we're going to get down quite even bluntly to the blame game. And it's important to focus early on, wait a minute, we need to take a look at this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. I think there's a recognition from lots of interested parties that we are operating in an environment that there are many, many different factors that influence production, affordability, and choice in housing, and that we are moving forward with the parts that we can do and help cities with the things that they control. Thank you, though. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, to echo Commissioner Bennett's cautionary note and reality testing, we need to do reality testing, I think, as commissioners. So for me, that means talking to people who are actively planning now. It doesn't matter that I and they share the intention and the impulse and the devotion to getting more housing built. It's what are the barriers that exist and how do we deal with them? And it could be because I'm coming into this process late. I don't want to second guess any work that's already been done, because it's a formidable body of work. It's very impressive. So with no criticism implied, when I look at this and I listen to what planners say, which is we're under-resourced in terms of time and skilled personnel and financial resources to basically implement this body of change at the rate of speed that's being demanded. I hear that repeatedly with those caveats. Have we ever said, tell us the barriers that exist for you and how do we write rules to mitigate or remove those barriers? I don't know, maybe you've already done that. So that's one point. The other point is what I said earlier today about the volume of testimony and information that's coming at the commissioners. When Mayor Wright said yesterday, could the commission staff make use of AI to give the commissioners and everybody summaries of those so that we have a level playing field process, but one that's more manageable to handle the volume of information that's coming at us. And staff could control the AI on our computers. I don't want to have that responsibility. So I'm looking at how do we reality check, how have we reality checked, and how do we manage information to help us reality check going forward.
Commissioner Thompson, I'll speak to the first piece. And, I think there's others in the room that could probably sit with that second piece. But in terms of your question of what feedback that we've heard and the questions we've asked, I'll speak at length about the feedback that we heard and the questions we asked throughout this presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Much appreciated. Listening to Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Bennett speak on that, yeah, I can see a reality check coming in the future, and so I kind of wanted to just pile on there. I'll make it short, but when we get to the accountability phase, I can see the potential for a lot of jurisdictions to potentially fall behind for reasons that are outside of their control or the department's control, and so I would completely agree, let's see if we can make some sort of a database on some of the headwinds that they're going to be facing on the ground as they try to implement this, and have, try to build into it some flexibility for things that are entirely out of their control. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. The other thing I think that as we move through the process, and that I've made reference to, and I think others have, is that this isn't a static process. That this needs to be an iterative process, that since it is a dynamic change, that we ought to make sure as a commission that we are setting forth an expectation that we are going to revisit how this is going in a very timely manner to make sure that the benchmarks we set, that the pieces that we put in place are working in the ways that were intended to. So I would suggest that as we kind of get towards the finish line of this, that we make sure we institute something like that along the way. Ethan, anything else you want to add to Commissioner Porter's comments?
Not at this time. I think I'll touch on pieces of it throughout the presentation.
All right, great. Proceed. Okay.
So we'll talk a little bit about the rulemaking process that was originally kicked off by the commission, this commission, in September of 2023, if you can imagine, and kind of speak through what that process has looked like and some of the summaries that we've been able to, and findings we've been able to glean out of that process. So first and foremost, the commission, in setting forward this rulemaking, initiating this rulemaking process, requested that this rulemaking incorporates the commission's racial equity framework for decision making. So in using this framework in the rulemaking process, it's found itself in the first two slides of every presentation that we provided to technical advisory committees and rulemaking advisory committees to kind of set the frame for that discussion. And in each of those meetings, calling out specific categories of these 8 that were of particular focus for that discussion at that particular meeting. And the findings and conversation that resulted from that found its way in one of the impact statements that agencies are required to do for the Secretary of State process, the racial equity impact statement. So that impact statement is part of the notice of proposed rulemaking. I encourage folks to take a look at that if you're curious about finding or viewing the findings from that work and the use of this racial equity framework tool. So in terms of the rulemaking process itself, it's structured in this format, kind of flowing from left to right, kind of thinking through the highest level of policy approach, moving into more of the technical and specific details. So the Rulemaking Advisory Committee was intended to be kind of that higher level policy direction, kind of, are we heading in the right direction? Let's have conversations around, is this directionally appropriate? Whereas the work groups and technical advisory committees are intended to be dive deeper into that assessment. What are the details? What are the nuances? How are the words actually crafted to achieve these particular goals? And that necessitated kind of different perspectives on each of those advisory committees. So the folks who are in the weeds working on implementation are often on the technical advisory committees and the rulemaking, and also the rulemaking advisory, but they just have that kind of different lens in order of like how detailed we get. Obviously, those advisory committees are just that, advisory to the to staff and the project team in terms of how to proceed in drafting actual rules themselves that we then recommend to this commission for ultimate decision. Back in it happened in 2023, but was amended in the commission's adoption of the first set of rules in 2024, December 2024. This is the rulemaking charge. It originally did not have this fourth item on the bottom, but that was added in December of 2024 to kind of queue up the work of the Housing Actions Work Group and thinking through establishment of one of the primary topics we'll talk about today, compliance pathways in both the determination of need and also the action selection portions of this Goal 10 process. So this is a slide that is summarizing the kind of engagement activities of the team, the department team and the project team in terms of what kind of conversations and feedback did we engage with and hear throughout this long 2-year rulemaking process. I won't go in these details, but I think that this table kind of in its many rows and columns speaks to the work of the housing division and others at DLCD in terms of their ability to navigate this long, complex, and oftentimes difficult process to hear feedback and to adjust and adapt to that and begin to craft a program that is meeting the intent of both the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rules, but also the other policy frames that have been things like the rulemaking charge and the other policy objectives of the program. And I would not be able to move through this slide without a special call out to the DLCD housing team in terms of their grace, their discipline, and their integrity in what has been a long and difficult and fun and challenging process. So again, a mint green slide, which offers the opportunity for the commission to ask any questions about the rulemaking process in general.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair Lazo. Ethan, I don't know if you even had a chance to look at it, but Exhibit 50, which is a letter from our partners, both the League of Oregon Cities and the Association of Oregon Counties, have put forward some concerns from the outgrowth, from the outcome of the RAC, that they went beyond the legislative language, that it exceeded it. And there's a number of issues that they raised since they're our partners, as we're in this process. Could you, as you go on through your presentation, I guess, first of all, address how we can implement and meet their concerns? I think it's very important, if we're going to have partners, that we accept their issues. If we ever expect this to be implemented in a timely, accurate fashion, we're going to have to take each of their points and either refute them or implement them. But I realize there's a lot of factors that went in there, and I commend you on all of the work. This is overwhelming. In looking through it, it's just mind-boggling. I really appreciate you and your staff trying to put this gargantuan project together. But I'm looking right now at both the League and the Association of Oregon Counties and recalling, as the LOAC representative to the commission, their concerns that a number of members spoke that the RAC had gone beyond the legislative language and had not recognized what the cities were, which a lot of it goes back to Commissioners Thompson and Porter's concerns. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot right at this second, but if you would address that as you go along, I think it would be helpful, because it is probably going to come up in the discussion from looking through the letters that we received to the commission. So it maybe if we could start with there, because it is a major concern. And I personally have talked to commissioners and council members and mayors that said, you know, wait a minute, what's going on here? And they want to participate and be supportive, but they also want to address those concerns. Thanks, Ethan, and thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett, so I agree. I hope that we do hear some of that feedback as part of the public testimony portion of this agenda item today. And then second, the presentation, the immediate next part of this presentation kind of kicks off the draft rule portions, kind of overviewing those. And in each of those sections, I included a portion called What We Heard, in terms of the feedback that we heard from the not only the advisory committees, but from pieces of testimony that we received, and then kind of structure the overview of those rules in that context. So hopefully that provides a little bit of an overview in terms of that discussion. Additionally, I think I wanted to point out that today is the public hearing, but it is not the adoption of these rules. There is still time in this process to hear feedback and receive feedback from any interested party, and to adjust the rules before they come to you in a final format, final recommended format for your meeting in December. So there is still opportunity to pivot and adjust, hear that feedback and adjust.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, thank you, Ethan. I just have a follow-up question about the time concern, because that's a massive one of mine. When are we expected to have the Secretary of State notice filed after this hearing?
Commissioner Warren, the Secretary of State filing was published on October 1st. So that is out and available, and also in the commission's package for this meeting today is I would describe it as a more readable format for those proposed rules. Going forward, though, the information, the final set of rules, final set of recommended rules will be included in commission's packet in November in advance of the commission's adoption. Director Green, if you want to.
Okay, thank you for that. I was concerned that we had to file another notice, like final adoption. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the process.
Well, all good. Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Lazo. Commissioners, I think that Ethan may have said it, but Ethan, did you say when the statute asks our commission to take action by?
That's a good clarifying point, Deputy Director Green. So just for the commission's awareness and others, the House Bill 2001 directs this commission to adopt rules implementing those statutory provisions by January 1st of 2026. So the meeting in December is your last scheduled meeting to accomplish or detect. Okay, I'll move into kind of the meat of this presentation here, focusing on the key draft rule provisions. In your staff reports, you structured these key draft rule provisions in kind of the inverse order that I'm going to go over them today. So just if you're following along in the staff report, know that I'm not going to talk about the capacity and organization set of rules first. In fact, I'm going to talk about the housing actions. So just a heads up there. So this is a list of the pieces that we'll go through today. And by now you're probably understanding why this agenda item is 4 hours long. There's a lot to talk about today in terms of overview of those provisions. And I think it kind of just highlights that this rulemaking directive demands a lot of consideration, comprehensive thinking across multiple goals, and trying to balance the the new programmatic requirements, but also think critically about how those programs work together and to kind of create a structure that is more certain, more clear, and more expeditious for the governments. And I say that mostly to say that the volume of rules, if you looked at the proposed, the notice of proposed rulemaking is over 200 pages, but I want to make sure that we're not misequating volume with complexity. Okay, so a little bit, I'm going to back up a little bit here in terms of the kind of orientation again to the slide. So blue slides represent a major topic shift, and green slides represent kind of like a sub-topic shift. So I'm hoping, because we're going to be here for quite some time, that kind of orients folks to a sense of, okay, we're switching topics. I can change my frame of reference, or if I have questions on a particular piece, I know what to ask. So here's the first kind of major topic change. We're talking about housing actions and draft rules. And I wanted to start first here to talk a little bit about compliance pathways. I've got a few slides to kind of queue up what is a compliance pathway. So in terms of the implementation of Goal 10, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis establishes those obligations, things that a local government should consider in meeting or identifying and taking actions and navigating those obligations in the Goal 10 reporting context. And a compliance, so there is a base, what we'll call a base set of rules that articulate those obligations and how a local government is expected to conduct that analysis to show that they're meeting those obligations. The compliance pathways, though, provide a set of department or state approved approaches to navigate those obligations without a local government being left to its own decision-making processes in how to navigate those obligations. One of the things that we heard throughout the 2024 rulemaking process is that if we're going to do this deeper understanding or attempt to have a deeper understanding of our housing need and taking actions in response to those, the state should be able to provide a little bit more clear processes in terms of a directional nudge or identifying methodologies and approaches that serve to meet those obligations, and the state can provide those either alternate or required approaches to meeting those obligations. The benefit of that, of course, provides legal certainty and reduces analytical burden of local governments because they know exactly the metric that they'll be measured by or the manner in which they'll conduct that assessment, while also trying to provide, in the context of a compliance pathway, it is not a total compliance obligation of the local governments. Compliance pathways provide a partial kind of approach to meeting the elements of those base obligations. So there's still opportunity for a local government to exercise their discretion in the programming around what their need is and how they're responding to that need. And the compliance pathways are not a total package, so to speak, to meet those base obligations. And that's an intentional approach because that local discretion decision-making is an important part of this program. So here's that in a little bit more of a visual kind of representation. So those base obligations that exist in both the statutory framework and the administrative rules that this commission adopted in 2024 set those base obligations and analysis. That left, like I mentioned, that left local governments in a little bit of uncertainty in terms of, well, okay, how do I now actually meet those obligations? And the compliance pathways are directed exactly towards that question of saying, right here, this is an approach that you can take that will satisfy a portion of those obligations. And finally, the compliance pathways that you'll see in the draft rules use a few different regulatory tools. And these range, you can view them as kind of a spectrum of prescriptiveness. We'll use these kind of shorthand words or monikers to articulate kind of the manner in which those compliance pathways actually act. So in the context of a safe harbor, one way to think about a safe harbor is that it represents an approach that a city may take. The two-word jumble of rebuttable presumptions means that there is a line that is established, that a presumption of a standard or an approach, but a city must take that unless they can show that there's a different approach that better meets the objectives. Then a minimum standard is obviously a city must do this, take this approach. So first subtopic change, this is the split pea green that kind of represents that change. We'll talk about how these compliance pathways fit within the contextualized housing need portion of these administrative rules. This could be summarized to use different words. This is the determination of need that local governments do as part of this goal thing planning process. If we recall back to this diagram, this is that first column of work. Cities in their own local assessment of what their housing need is, contextualizing that down, bringing in the nuances in the context of their unique local government. How do they do that in specific? What are the kinds of needs that they are assessing and in which manner? So around this conversation, which was a major topic of the Housing Actions Work Group, some of the things that we heard, and I'm not going to read these to you, but I think you could summarize this conversation primarily as this: having gone through a few rulemakings at the state, one of the primary questions that you seek to answer in this rulemaking context is a balance between flexibility for local governments to navigate their obligations, but certainty, providing certainty in that process, that local governments aren't spinning their wheels or doing redundant, excessive, or unnecessary analysis. And there are ways that that can be approached. But one of the things that we consistently hear in these kind of conversations is that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't consider that local nuance in the way that local governments and implementers across the state, I think, really value in terms of navigating those obligations. And you'll hear that theme quite often through both my presentation, but I would assume also in the public testimony that you'll hear today. So in terms of identifying key housing needs, the assessment and the base set of obligations and analysis that local governments are conducting in determining their needs requires a local government to assess things like the market realities in their local government, the unique population and sociodemographic situations within their community, things like the affordability kind of metrics within their community, and assessing things like fair housing choice as part of that determination of what is the unique concoction of housing needs in that particular local government. One of the things in the conversation around these compliance pathways for identifying that need is that there are indeed key needs that in the context of whether or not the state should provide these compliance pathways, how can we structure those around to accomplish particular and specific goals, particularly around providing housing for larger households and not just a series of studio apartments or smaller apartments that don't meet the needs of a broader set of households in our community. Things like accessibility and adaptability and how those units are serving those particular needs. What does it mean to provide a housing type mix around a local government's certain housing types? Should there be an emphasis on trying to achieve these other, a more diverse mix of housing? And then things like home ownership. So we know that the conversation that we often hear about meeting housing needs is a mixture of tenures and rental and home ownership opportunities, because both of those are critically important to meeting housing needs and achieving our community's goals in terms of wealth building opportunities and providing stability for homeowners. And then geographic location, when a local government is considering where to intentionally take actions to try to meet their community's needs, are there specific geographic considerations that should be factored into that decision process, particularly as it relates to where they're targeting housing or near community assets or away from particular farms. So that represents the kind of considerations in terms of why identifying these compliance pathways. On this slide, it articulates how those shake out in the again, if we recall those kind of the meaning behind these terms, safe harbor, rebuttable presumption, and minimum standards, they kind of flow. They use those different tools in different manners for these particular key concepts. And things like so kind of running through these, the use of a safe harbor obviously mention it or articulates that a local government, in assessing how they might, I'll take larger households, for example, in assessing how local government should be planning towards accommodating that need, a city may rely on the equity indicator dashboard, particularly as it relates to family households and the data that's presented on that equity indicators to show that, okay, this is information that has been provided by the state. And I recognize that my community has this particular housing need around larger households. I don't need to do any further analysis on the quantity or the mix or the percentage of my population that might need that housing outside of the state. Rely on the state's information to then identify that housing. So that's how that process would work in the context of the administrative around safe harbors, or things like a rebuttable presumption. How that would function in this context is that a local government is the rules would articulate that the local government would in fact use something like the equity indicator dashboard to set the baseline. So a local government would have that as the baseline, and they could bring into the fold additional information or locally contextual information that would either identify that they are either achieving that same kind of outcomes that are articulated in the equity indicators, or going above and beyond, or still kind of meeting that core intent of accessible housing or middle housing type mix or multi-unit housing type mix as an example. And then under home ownership, this one is structured as a minimum standard. And this is relying upon a piece of legislation that was passed in the 25 legislative session, House Bill 2689, that established home ownership targets for jurisdictions in the state. And the rules are structured to leverage and use those home ownership targets that local governments are already being asked to meet to kind of establish what that home ownership need is in their local area. And then you'll notice that one of the things on this list did not get a compliance pathway treatment, which is geographic location. And that is only at this point recommended to be kind of further defined and articulated in terms of what information local government can use and what they consider in that decision-making process in guidance only. That would not be established in the administrative rules. So commissioners, I'm wondering if we want to pause and see if there's any questions there, but I'm also happy to talk about the action selection piece.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. So Ethan, one of the issues that I have heard from local governments and League of Oregon Cities is regarding the compliance pathways, that they could use more clarity. It sounds like folks are feeling that it's very reliant on staff discretion, and they're looking for actual processes or metrics with which to rely on for these compliance pathways. Any thoughts on that as to how to create more certainty for them? I think they're a little bit nervous if it's up to staff discretion and not very clear, that they're going to be held accountable for something that they're, currently unaware of, or, prior to making, some of their decisions or processes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Commissioner Porter. I think one of the things I wanted to call out here in terms of the identifying and determining what the need is that a local government is planning towards, that's this part of the conversation. The next part of the conversation that we'll have is action selection. So I think one of the things I want to kind of point out or suss out in your question is that when we're talking about contextualized housing need and determining what the needs are of a local government, these are structured such that a local government can show that their own analysis is kind of meeting the bar or meeting the baseline assumptions of changing the future, so it doesn't look so much like the past, knowing that the past has kind of perpetuated these inequities or underproduction of housing in that kind of old paradigm, and in fact, these determinations or these compliance pathways are intended to change, plan towards a future that is markedly different than the planning process of old, and setting an ambitious bar towards in determining these needs that a local government can take the necessary actions to realize that future. And we'll talk about those actions in the next several slides.
Thank you.
Commissioner Porter, did that address your question? Go ahead, Commissioner Porter.
She's muted.
Oh,
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Not entirely. It doesn't, but it sounds like Ethan has got some slides coming up that may help to flesh that out a little bit. So, I'll kind of wait until we get a few more slides down the road and see if it becomes clearer at that point.
That sounds great.
Ethan, if I might, what you're saying is that part of the uncertainty that jurisdictions might be feeling isn't as much a concern here in the CHN as it might be in the action selection. I guess is that because I'm curious about, and I'll jump back to my commissioners in a second. Here in the rebuttable presumption, it says for middle housing and for multi-unit housing, existing low-income housing is proxy. So does that mean that the presumption is you have met the I guess what does that mean? So if you say that my existing low-income housing number meets is what the contextualized housing need is? I'm not sure how that would.
Sure. So yeah, maybe a little bit of setup here would be helpful. So the housing production targets that come to local governments are in the context of number of units by affordability level, and that requires an assessment of what housing type mix is necessary to meet those housing production targets. And what this rebuttable presumption says is that we can use a concrete percentage as a proxy for the particular as it relates to low income households, that we can use that as the basis for like planning towards changing the housing type mix. And in fact, kind of striving for more middle housing, more multi-unit housing, because it's is likely to meet that need as a proxy, like housing type mix as a proxy for meeting that low income housing need that's articulated in the housing production target.
I see. So okay, so I see what you're saying. So this word housing here actually it's because it's in the needs section actually means housing need rather than existing households or housing units. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah, if I'm following your question, yes.
Yeah, this is about need, not units. So I think sometimes I conflate when we see the word existing house, it means units. But you're right. It's the existing need. So a city can just accept that number as the target that they need to hit, just in low income housing need. Or they could rebut it by saying, no, that's not the actual need that we've identified in our community.
That's right. Yeah,
So this is on the needs.
right. So, the local government can show that there's a better mix, or that they are meeting those kind of housing production targets already with the existing housing type mix that they might have in the role. They can use that as the market establishment.
It looked like somebody one way, maybe I asked her and answered the question that you posed there. Feel free to come back on for the question. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to second Commissioner Porter's concern about kind of the unclear nature about how some local governments are expected to meet some of these rebuttable presumptions. Ethan, I think your explanation helps a little bit, but I think we need to find a way to put that in writing somewhere. So I would highly suggest either we add it to the rules or we add it to guidance. That way it's just clear, it's on paper somewhere. My next question is about the home ownership piece here. So my understanding is that this is a statewide target for home ownership. Can you tell me, is a House Bill 2069, did that mandate for us to include this requirement in our rulemaking?
Commissioner Warren, it's just for clarity, it's House Bill 2689. If anybody's interested in taking a look at it, it did not. No. However, it just articulates a metric by which, or a target by which, local governments are asked and obligated to seek to achieve in their over the course of the next few years. And it seemed reasonable to just say, hey, we're not going to apply a different metric or a different target here for you, and we'll just leverage that existing target that exists already for you.
While we're talking about it, can you tell me about what are some of the potential land use actions a city can take to increase home ownership, especially for people with lower incomes?
That is a great question that we'll talk a little bit about in the compliance pathway piece in the next slides. But in terms of the action selection, but in terms of the kind of tools available to local governments, there are those will be identified in more detail in an updated housing production strategy menu, and kind of that resourcing tools. But I mean, right here, right now, kind of speaking to some of those potential financial tools that a local government might be able to bring to the table, things like incentivizing smaller units that can be sold at a homeownership at a more achievable homeownership level. Things like middle housing land divisions have facilitated greatly increased homeownership opportunities across the state as well.
Thank you. And then one last question, and then I'll leave you alone here. Can you talk about the low income housing as a proxy? You mentioned it briefly, but I just want to make sure it's really clear on the record, because I haven't seen that anywhere in the rules. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, it's a good question. I actually wonder if I could invoke some folks on my team here to answer that question more definitively for you. So I'll look to Celestina Teba or Thea Coleman for that.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair Lazo, and for the question, Commissioner Warren. Essentially what we've got in the draft rules right now, as Ethan mentioned, is an approach that uses existing housing information about what housing types are currently serving lower income brackets as a proxy to understand what housing type mix might be needed generally. And that's for two reasons. One, because we know how important low-income housing is and how challenging it has been to serve those needs, but also secondarily to actually account for the fact that existing stock is going to be more affordable than new construction stock. And we have limited data to be able to identify this need. We sort of understand housing type need as, not to use the word again, but I will, as like a proxy need, right? By nature, no household needs a multi-unit housing unit over a middle housing unit, but those types of housing usually represent an amalgamation of serving other needs. So we have to try and get a sense of what is the housing type need as a proxy. One of the major elements, as Ethan mentioned, is affordability. So smaller housing types can offer affordability, but that's the premise, is looking to existing stock serving 0% to 80% of area median income, and saying, okay, well, if we aim to meet those needs by the time we account for new construction, decrease in affordability compared to our existing stock, this might be a decent representation of the housing type need that we have. And then what is proposed in the draft rules is a statewide percentage to try and increase fair housing choice across the state, rather than saying that different regions or different city sizes might be planning for different housing type need. And that instead everywhere, households should be able to have access to different housing types. But that is one topic that I think you all might hear about today and we're interested in feedback on, because this particular compliance pathway could be disaggregated to have different compliance pathways by region or by city size instead of statewide. Does that answer your question?
I think so. You referenced some existing information. Can you talk about what that is?
Sure. Yeah, I think, let me see if I can get the source for you. It's been in quite a few of our Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee materials and Housing Actions Work Group materials. It might be census data, but I'm not sure about that. I could certainly get you the answer before the end of this meeting because we have a few hours. But off the top of my head, I don't have the citation, but it's been part of our work group materials. And the original analysis of that data was done by Echo Northwest actually in 2024 when we began this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celestina. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Here's my reality check from what I know, because you all have such a grasp of the complexities and the welter of detail that I'm still struggling to cope with. When I look at home ownership, I look at the realities of the growing delta between housing prices and wages. And I think about Warrenton, which has a big housing project, but it's houses that are being built to go directly into the rental market. So how do I integrate all of these vectors?
Commissioner Thompson, to answer your question, I want to be sure that we're talking here about the determination or identification of needs. And I think what's important or what this compliance pathway shows is that in this process of determining next what our actions are going to be in response to our identified need, we need to recognize that home ownership and all of these on this list are key needs that should be considered in ensuring that local governments are taking actions kind of in response to that identified. And so I think your question is a good one about the tension that exists in what the actions a local government can take are, and what are the tools at their disposal, versus how the market responds in that context of the regulatory environment that we are establishing for development of housing. And taking the actions is kind of right, that's what's within the control of local governments, and not the market realities that are the key factor in determining what action gets built. And I think it's important to state that if we aren't articulating what those key needs are up front, then we won't be taking actions in response to those key needs. And so that's what is really important in this context of the contextualized housing need and these compliance pathways. We'll get to that kind of action selection piece. Interesting. Maybe we can move there. Share that.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, again, Ethan, if I'm hearing correctly, I really appreciate that clarity you just offered. That if we think about the contextualized housing need as sort of a point in time, that there may have been market factors and others that have created the amount of need for housing we have in our community. But all we're doing at this point is identifying what that need is. We're not necessarily identifying the market factors that created it or led us to this point, but what is that point? What needs do we have in our community right now? And then the piece that Ethan's going to move to is, okay, once we've identified what that need is, and we've gone through these processes, next piece is what are the actions that we can take now as a city to meet those needs, to by producing the housing to meet those needs that are identified here.
And I think one of the key questions throughout this process is, should we determine needs based on the realities of today and the past? Or should we identify the needs true to what those needs actually are, regardless of kind of what the market or has been produced and the opportunities that have been made available in the past have been. And it should be, I think the approach that you're seeing here is that we should instead plan for and attempt to achieve that future where we are striving to meet those needs as they exist and a true assessment of that. And then the actions and response can take in those realities into context in terms of how local government is structuring, for example, a financial tool or some sort of program. That's where that consideration of those market realities is really best served, not in throttling down or changing in some way, manipulating our identification of that.
Thanks for that reminder. Also, you can also remember that one of the pieces of context that have changed is that the need is now identified as regional, right? And so, for instance, if you had a community that had in the past only had 10,000 square foot lots, it would project its future as only needing 10,000 square foot lots. What it disregards is that there's a regional need that it's a part of that might have a need for adaptable housing, accessible housing, middle unit housing that would have been disregarded under the previous system. So I think that's what Ethan says. It really envisions planning for the future that meets actual needs that exist across a little bit wider spectrum. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. That's very helpful. What also occurs to me, though, is that this commission, this agency has the goal of economic development as well. And I wondered if more attention to the economic development aspect would mitigate some of the concerns we have with the conditions that we're dealing with in housing.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to editorialize and say I think it's unfortunate we may not see those in the actions, some of the actions moving forward, because we've limited some of the actions to land use actions only. So, and again, it's in part because we're asking this to be actions that cities can control and can take control of. And so I think there are some of those that you brought up there, Commissioner Thompson, but these have been limited to land use actions.
Right. So I think that's a good setup to talk about this next phase in this conversation, which is local actions to respond to housing. Right. So we've talked at length about what are the needs to begin with? What is the assessment that local governments are doing to determine what their contextualized housing is? This portion speaks to then the direct response that a local government might be either encouraged to take or required to take in response to those identified needs through the selection of their housing production strategy actions. So what we heard in this context, again, that kind of same good point that applying a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't necessarily consider those unique circumstances in local governments for all of the reasons that we've talked about here already today. And there's a significant weighing or consideration of the pros and cons of that one-size-fits-all approach because of those realities. But also pairing that with a sense that local government should have clear direction on what actions there should be taking or could be taking in their housing production strategies to meet their identified needs, either in total or in part, right? So here's this balance between flexibility, not a one-size-fits-all approach, but also wanting clear direction and an articulation of what actions are going to achieve compliance, right? those are inherently at times in tension, and that's a key balance and consideration of this entire moving process. And then also that there should be a sense that local government should be able to leverage existing tools and resources to achieve these goals and not require unique and specialty actions every single time that a local government engages in this planning process. Okay, so here is a very similar looking table, but I want to, and maybe you should have made this a different color to really distinguish between identification of need, action selection. So you see here the same kind of key needs articulated in the determination of those needs. What this speaks to is the actions that local governments could or should take in response to those identified key needs. So when it comes to, I'm going to run through how these work. When it comes to larger household sizes, this one is articulated now in the rules as a minimum standard. So in knowing that oftentimes affordable housing, subsidized housing, if it's intended to serve a set of family-sized units, 3 or 4 bedrooms, sometimes that has the result of those developments not achieving the minimum densities that are required of that kind of development in particular zones across the state, in cities across the state. And what this requirement minimum standard does is requires local governments to allow density to be calculated on a per bedroom basis, not a per unit basis. So what that does is incentivize the development of those larger bedroom, like more bedroom units across cities, particularly when it relates to affordable housing consideration. So that would be a statewide change in terms of the regulatory environment there for densities. The related to adaptable, accessible, and affordable housing. This is where we begin to talk about things like the model code, the use of the model code as a comparative standard for these housing needs. My next slide is about the model code. So kind of think through the use of these tools, rebuttable presumptions or minimum standards in the context of there's a statewide model code that would articulate the manner in which local government or any set of standards could meet these particulars. So in the context of accessible housing, for example, there are incentives built into that model code that the department is currently drafting that are intended to serve and meet an accessible, adaptable, and affordable housing need. And so in this context of rebuttable presumption, the ask of a local government is use the model code incentives that are articulated in the model code, or describe how the local government is either having their own kinds of incentives or setting the regulatory framework around the development of those kind of housing types to kind of meet the same purpose and goal of achieving those adaptable, accessible, affordable outcomes. In the context of middle housing, it takes a little bit of a different approach. It's a minimum standard of requirement using the model code as the baseline. The city must use the model code in the context of regulating middle housing, with the opportunity to say, but we have codes equivalent to the model code, and therefore we don't need to use your model code. We have our own that's achieving these things. And the reason why that model code is, or the middle housing portion of this is falls within the minimum standards, because the assessment in crafting these compliance pathways, relying on data analysis from our project consultant team at Northwest, showed that middle housing is the most likely and feasible development type across the state for reasons that are, it fits very closely within the context of the development codes. They are more likely to be built, more feasible to be built than multi-unit housing, for example, in some contexts. And there's an opportunity to kind of leverage that development feasibility by increasing that allowance for middle housing types in accordance with the model code standards. And then for multi-unit development, it acts as a safe harbor. Says you can use the right to meet the multi-housing need. Here you can use the model code standards if you would like. or you can have your own set of development standards to kind of meet that need. So hold that chart in your mind as you kind of think about the residential model codes. So as a reminder, that model code that's being developed by the department is kind of relied upon to be this kind of comparative standard for local governments to measure against in terms of identifying how they are complying with these obligations and taking actions to meet these housing needs. The model code is directed to be adopted through the passage of Senate Bill 1564. That bill passed in the 24 legislative session, requires that the commission adopt model codes for 3 city sizes: populations less than 2,500, 2,500 to 25,000, and 25,000 and greater. So that is under development. That is being led by the staff in the Housing Accountability and Production Office, and it's directed to kind of articulate a statewide model for these various housing population sizes for single unit detached, middle housing, multi-unit, and ADUs, accessory developments. And an important part of the Senate Bill 1564 framework is that those model codes can be adopted locally by reference. They don't have to go through the full adoption process, amend their code. They can just adopt an ordinance referring their development standards to the state's model. So why am I talking about an entirely different bill in the context of compliance pathways? So one of the elements of the conversation around compliance pathways was that that the local government should know with certainty that they are taking actions that are both meeting their identified housing needs, but are likely to be sufficient to seek approval in the context of us, the department, reviewing their housing production strategy. And in the context of what happens later, the tracking and monitoring process of the housing production strategy program, local governments at the midpoint of their 6 or 8 year cycle are describing the actions that they've taken to implement their housing production strategy. And there's assessment of how production outcomes have been, what kinds of production outcomes have been achieved at that time. Should a local government find themselves, and it's called that acceleration program that commissioners might be familiar with, there's a conversation that an audit of barriers that the department would do to assess what barriers still exist such that the local government is receiving or seeing a lesser amount of production than their identified production target, and then can apply through that process, that acceleration agreement process, interventions or barrier reduction alternatives in that context. And the commission has the authority to apply things like a model ordinance in that instance. And so there's a kind of thread to pull through there, which is if the state would be applying things like this Senate Bill 1564 model residential or residential model code in that context of the acceleration program, why not have local governments take those actions earlier and match that action with what is likely to, or a potential option to show up again in that acceleration program. So that's the connection that's being made here, and the reliance on that model code, because it would show up, there's potential for it to show up in that acceleration program later on in this process, and this kind of circular process of identifying needs, taking actions, and tracking and monitoring. So commissioners, one last slide here before we get into questions. In the compliance pathway context, there are through those conversations that we've articulated in terms of what we've heard and the feedback that we heard throughout the housing actions workflow process and the assessment that the agency has done on how to structure those. Here are the kind of 4 considerations. I've talked about these already, but kind of summarizing them here for you. Obviously, that balance between flexibility and certainty in this process. We're talking about purely just the term compliance pathways. There is kind of that balancing between that flexibility that is still inherent in this program and the certainty that these compliance pathways provide. The level of detail, the metrics, the comparative analyses, that's also part of this. Can we structure a program that's going to be clear to local governments in terms of how far they're being asked to implement these measures, or the level of analysis that they're being asked to do, and balancing that kind of local capacity to not only implement the actions, but do the analysis, make the assessments, articulate their needs, and providing both regulatory kind of relief through the use of compliance pathways and state resources to inform that analysis through tools and maps and resources, both financial and technical, to support local governments in closing the gap between their local capacity and what people are asked to do here in the program. So that, I'll open it up for questions on those pieces of what's happening.
Thank you, Ethan. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren will probably come in behind me and clarify my question better because he does speak this language fluently. I'm still learning it. So, so feel free. It seems like there's a fair amount of consternation over the middle housing component of this, and some confusion about, you know, is this model code required, or is there any opportunity, you know, for alternative compliance pathways? And part of that consternation, I think, is, from what I understand, that the middle housing language was kind of based on what's happening in the metro area, not necessarily in some of these smaller jurisdictions. And actually, just, you know, this morning when we were talking about the rulemaking for Pendleton, you know, they had, you know, a need for you know, kind of upper end housing. And so, I mean, I don't know if there's enough consistency across the state to apply a metro standard across the board, and then you know, kind of, you know, force that through in a model code. And I don't know if I'm misunderstanding that, but that seems to be, there seems to be a lot of concern about that.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the key considerations that is kind of baked into this assessment of what should it be a kind of more prescriptive approach in all or some of these compliance pathways. And when it comes to middle housing, the because of that assessment of its development feasibility, or the kind of smaller gap between what's infeasible and what is feasible, it felt in the proposed rules were proposing that compliance pathway be a requirement and not something that is a lesser prescriptiveness, to really lean in to that type of approach. And then one other thing to mention is that the application of the model code, remember that those model codes are structured to be relevant to 3 different city sizes. So only the applicable model code would be applied to a particular jurisdiction. So for example, a model code that's crafted for metro jurisdictions or 25,000 population jurisdictions to start with would not be applied in, say, a city population 10,000 to 25,000.
Thank you for that, Ethan. So, but the data that was used to kind of put this together, that data came from Metro, correct? As opposed to, you know, a smattering across the state?
In the context of determining housing needs, in the contextualized housing need, that is, the analysis is not disaggregated by population size, city population size, and is structured around an assessment that is based on, we had it here, ACS data, but in the metro context, yes. But I want to ensure that the compliance pathway in terms of middle housing type mix and the application of the model code is not structured around metro standards that would be applied broadly across the state. That answering your question.
Kind of, but I guess the concern still is, I mean, if the data is based on metro, that, even if the model codes are separated by, jurisdiction size, if the baseline data is coming from, the largest city or metro area, I guess, in the state, then it may not then necessarily relate to these smaller jurisdictions, even though the model codes are going to be more tailored to smaller jurisdictions. So let me come back to that after Commissioner Warren and Bennett are able to ask their questions, because I know that Commissioner Bennett nodded his head when I said that there's a lot of consternation around middle housing. So let's circle back to it if I still have questions after they get through with theirs. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, I'll maybe help add a little clarity, I think, to what Commissioner Porter is talking about. Commissioner Porter, I think you're getting the housing type mix compliance pathway mixed up with our middle housing model code. Easy to do. There's a lot in here. So my understanding, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the compliance pathways for the what's called the housing type mix, which is kind of your percentage of multi-unit housing, middle housing, and then other housing types, is based off of Portland's housing need. Is that no? Celestina is shaking her head. Correct me, please.
Sure, yeah. I'm not sure what the best way to potentially bring some clarity to light on this is, other than verbally, but I do have a link that I could send at some point of a packet material with a table that sort of illustrates the data source behind that particular compliance pathway, that identification of housing type need. And it was actually inherently done at the regional level, and that's one of our challenges. So the American Community Survey public use microdata sample, 1 year data, is at the regional level. And so it is the metro region, not the city of Portland, not analysis done by the city of Portland, but it is census data about existing housing and the household incomes that are in that housing. Does that help?
Thank you. Yeah. So it's not based off of the city of Portland. It's based off of Portland metro region. So I think, Commissioner Porter, your concern is still somewhat valid there, right? Is that we're basing a statewide approach off of the metro region's housing type mix. Now to my concern, and I'm gonna take it up a notch higher. I feel like so many of our cities just adopted their middle housing codes. And am I incorrect to understand that these rules are going to force them to re-adopt them?
Commissioner Warren, at the time a local government engages in their housing production strategy, yes, that's when this would take place. So some jurisdictions are earlier than others, but in terms of the actions in response to an identified need, the application of something like the middle housing modules of the model code would be, what's on the table for a local government to consider or adopt as part of their housing production strategy. That's correct.
But if they've already adopted some middle housing code, would that generally, is that, for instance, an opportunity to rebut the presumption if it doesn't exactly match, or how, that actually was one of my questions, how far off is the model code from, there was also a model code in the middle housing bill, right? That was a response to that. Are those two things the same?
There's been, Commissioner Lazo and Commissioner Warren, there's been some recent legislative changes that changed the HB 2001 middle housing paradigm. And the model code is structured such that because it can be adopted by reference and it is in a modular kind of approach, can be updated over time to incorporate those changes. So it is dynamic, I suppose you could describe it in that way, that it is a truer, closer, I guess, to real-time regulatory structure than say, for example, a local government code that has been implementing the HB 2001 context of middle housing. The other thing to note too is that because the model code is structured as a comparative standard, there's an opportunity to say in a local government that has, you can show that they are meeting the outcomes that the model code, the application model code in that way is intended to meet, that you can say, oh, we're good. Our actions are, our middle housing code is sufficient and kind of, would meet the kind of comparative bar as compared to what state's model code. There's that opportunity.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is more of a process question. When the local governments, counties and cities, and the mayors and commissioners feel like that it's gone beyond the legislative intent and legislative language, how did we get there? I guess that's the first thing. And then second of all, why don't we be honest and say this is just mandatory rules and you're got to do it. We're trying to be gracious. I actually, as I was sitting here, looked up the word partners and it said everyone equally having a voice. And it seems extremely disingenuous that we're proposing something that they're saying this isn't going to work, and we're asking the people that are supposed to make it work, or well, we're demanding the people that are supposed to make it work to comply. This doesn't sound to me like any which way to work together. I'm a guy that my policies is always, okay, let's meet in the middle and figure out and get us everybody working together. This seems like a top-down state mandate, and you're going to have reluctant partners, I guess. That's how it is, but I don't see that they're going to be willing, enthusiastic. Let's all get together, one for the team. This is somewhat really having been a city administrator, a county administrator, county planning director, county commissioner. I've been in these spots, and I can honestly tell you what to do is we'll just stand there at the counter and go, you know what? We don't like it either. This is just something the state is ramming down on us, and not, oh, well, let's see how we can make this work. But I can't figure out yet, why are we doing it when we're beyond the legislative language? And, I've had people texting me going, how did they get beyond the legislative language? And maybe I'm putting you on the spot, Ethan, and I don't mean to. I'm just trying to understand it. And I'm hoping that you can give some clarity so that the people that are texting me can maybe understand it, because quite honestly, being an expert on coastal habitat or rocky habitat and all the rest of these things is just like a wow roll here. And I don't claim to be that, but I am curious. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett, I think that's one of the, I'll start first by saying I think this is one of those fundamental questions that I think the commission should weigh in its consideration of these rules of where is it important to be more direct with local governments and where is it more appropriate to allow flexibility in the application of meeting obligations that they've got in this program. And the proposed set of rules are structured such that there are, in the context of middle housing in particular, is one of those areas because there is a smaller gap between infeasibility and feasibility of development, that it seems appropriate to be more directive in the application of those standards. And then the question related to use of model code, because I think that's maybe what you're referring to outside of statutory authority is kind of baked into that question. The acceleration program and a statute around the acceleration program invokes the use of model codes and model ordinances in directing the actions that a local government might take to address barriers. And the programmatic approach that's being proposed here is to say that use of model codes is a tool in the toolbox in the acceleration program. And to avoid finding a local government finding themselves in the acceleration program and having the model code forced upon them at that point, that we could ask them to do that as part of the housing production strategy process and begin to take steps to avoid that potential reality of a more mandated use of the model code at a future time. So that's the dots that are being connected in the proposals.
Commissioners, other comments? If not, I'll move them to questions and comments I have. And I'll say, Ethan, if you could go back to the matrix. Yeah, thanks. I think what I'd say is one of the things I think if we hear from some of these commenters today, maybe they'll clear this up. But what I'm hearing from folks is that particularly the sense that the model code is being made mandatory is related to the three boxes in the middle under rebuttal presumption in the adaptable housing, accessible housing, and affordable housing. Basically, essentially asserting that if we don't know how to rebut the presumption, it means that the model code is being made mandatory to us, that we have no other choice but to use the model code. The point is also made that, yes, in the fifth row down, the model code is made mandatory. These minimum standard. Ethan talked about why that is. And when we talk about the model code for middle housing, again, I think Mr. Warren, I appreciate what you said about this. It's not about identifying the need for middle housing or how much or how it will be built, but what it looks like, right? Model code is about, in these cases, in a lot of cases, about form and function. It's about, sizes and siding and those things. So that might not differ terribly from jurisdiction size because it's lot specific, not necessarily jurisdiction or jurisdiction size. You should, the planner is going to chime in on that too. So that's my sense of the point that's being made by folks around the middle model code and it being made mandatory and beyond the legislative intent, which I think I disagree with if that's what the point that's being made. Maybe that will be clarified more later. The other thing I'd say is the other point I think that's being made about rebuttable presumptions, we don't know how to rebut it. And I'm wondering, Ethan, if what you're saying to some degree is, or what's being said through the programming is, here's a model code. You can use this. Not only can you use it here in the rebuttable presumption, but it's possibly to be used in the acceleration program. So in a way, we're saying, you know what? This is the benchmark that you need to meet. This is what you need to rebut. So we are being told what the standard is, what will be judged by, right? And that seems to me that's the question that's being asked. What we don't know what you're going to judge us. We judge by what the model code says. So that's just my understanding of it and where I'm coming from at this moment. I'm going to veer off one point before I come back to you, Commissioner Warren, about middle housing. It just occurred to me that I thought, I know that there's a young man out there who's very excited about the bedroom count piece, the larger bedroom count piece being put in. And I started to think, are there any potential unintended consequences? And I'm wondering if one might be the opportunity for someone in that paradigm to make rooms smaller in size. So in what would have been a 2-bedroom unit, I'm going to make it 4 bedrooms so that I could meet a density goal with that bedroom. Just a thought of whether or not that might be a gaming of the system. I don't know where it would have an advantage, but sure. If we count it that way, it gets counted differently.
Right. I think hoping that folks in the housing commission are taking notes on that potential consideration.
I don't know where, I mean, maybe if you're trying to meet a density goal in a CFA, that all of a sudden you've got a 50 square foot bedroom. Well, I don't know if that's a small bedroom, not sorry. So anyway, I don't know the answer to that question. All right, thank you, Commissioner Warren. Can we come back to you? And I hope you haven't lost your thought if it was about middle housing.
Thanks, Chair Lazo. And I just want to respond a little bit to what you said about the model code for middle housing. My concern is not necessarily what's in the model code as much as just the process that cities are going to have to go through again to get it adopted. And I just want to make that super clear. And so the other thing I'd like to make clear is I think that the model code equivalent for middle housing should be moved into the rebuttable presumption piece or compliance pathway, just to give governments some more space on that one. There's so many local governments who are still trying to figure out how to effectively implement their existing model codes for middle housing or their own model codes in a lot of cases. And I think our first attempt at middle housing, we really relied more on the safe harbor approach, if I'm not wrong. And I think it was pretty effective in a lot of places. I will admit that I'm aware of some jurisdictions who did not implement it the way I think that we would have all liked to have seen them do that. And I just want to make sure that we're not basing these rules around a couple of the outliers from our communities who are not actively engaged in trying to produce more housing that's affordable to people with lower incomes. So I would be more comfortable with that being moved over to a rebuttable presumption at least. And I'll also go piggyback on what Chair Lazo said about allowing the density by bedroom count piece. I think this is a really interesting approach. And I do think that we will probably see some unintended consequences, mostly because some cities do have minimum density standards. And so if we're trying to get away from large single unit homes by using minimum density standards in low density residential areas, this might be a way for some of those folks to get around that piece and start building large, single unit detached homes. And so I would just caution the department about its use here and really recommend that we take a deep look about this on this piece.
Yeah, if I could touch on that last piece, Commissioner Warren probably could have been more descriptive on this slide here, but this is for affordable housing developments only. That allowance only allowed that out there.
All right, I think we're ready to move forward. Ethan, thank you.
Apologies for the move through the slides quickly there, but big blue slide means we're moving to a different major topic. So at this point, we're transitioning away from compliance pathways in the context of the Housing Action Work Group and into the capacity management portion of these rules. Wanted to pull up the legislative direction here in terms of how the commission is directed to consider these rules and drafting these rules. And I'm not going to read these things, but for your kind of reminder, I think one of the things that is very clear in this legislative direction is that we're collectively tasked to provide clear clarity within the statutory framework that exists for capacity and urbanization work. So I think one of the things that maybe a fun exercise is to think about the old board game Chutes and Ladders in this context of we are tasked with thinking through a way for local governments to move from 1 to 100 in that Chutes and Ladders environment. And this directive is very clear in terms of what we're asked to do here is provide more ladders than currently exist to move through the steps in that game, moving from 1 to 100. But it does not ask us to create a new game entirely. It asks us to provide opportunities to move to the end of this process, this capacity and urbanization process, with fewer steps and more opportunities to get to that end sooner and with less analytical burden. I wanted to kind of create that frame, and I hope it's helpful through thinking about what these proposed rules do or are seeking to accomplish. So first order of business here in this capacity and urbanization set of rules is to talk about the housing capacity analysis. And so I wanted to set the frame a little bit here in terms of what the housing capacity analysis does. It is fundamentally a math equation, if you wanted to summarize it that way, an assessment of a local government's surplus or deficit of residentially zoned land in in the context of ONA, residentially zoned land to meet its 20 years of its anticipated 20-year growth. And there is actions that cities need to take if that answer to that question, that math equation, is that there's a deficit of land to meet that 20-year. And obviously, if there's a surplus, then the kind of items we're talking about here in terms of land sufficiency, the local government is not asked to take any further capacity actions if there's a surplus. In the context of a deficit, local governments have to take one of two actions: pursue land use efficiency measures and make more efficient use and to create additional capacity within their urban growth boundary, or amend their urban growth boundary to bring in new capacity. They also have the option to do a mixture of both. Many local governments choose that kind of mixture of both option. That's what a housing capacity analysis is intended to accomplish. So what we heard in this context, right? This is because this housing capacity analysis has been the core step of implementation of the Goal 10 planning process for a long time. There are lots of lessons learned and thoughts about how this process is either working or not working. So here's a summary of some of those sentiments. The big one here is the top one. I wanted to kind of speak to this concept of paper capacity. The methodologies and the assumptions that exist in the rules today have the outcome of, in some instances, overestimating the capacity of land within an HEB, which kind of leads to this concept that the work groups have kind of tossed around of paper capacity, or another term is like phantom capacity. Capacity that we can calculate in a as part of the math equation, but the on the ground realities is that that capacity is in some cases unlikely to actually be achieved over the planning horizon. And that should be factored in some way to this assessment of whether or not local governments have sufficient land capacity in over 20-year planning horizon. And then kind of along that same line of opportunities to kind of discount the capacity or get a truer sense of what the actual capacity of the residentially zoned lands in our HEB are. That's a topic of consideration. And then finally, the other one I wanted to point out here is this assessment of how much is enough in terms of a local government being more efficient with their existing the acres within their HEB. So those are kind of the high level points of clarification that are interwoven into this process. And so in the proposed rules, you'll see safe harbors around and opportunities for local governments to discount the capacity. And I'll speak to each of those. So as we know, use of safe harbors is an optional tool to local governments that provides some legal certainty and some cover for a local government to make those assumptions and rely on those assumptions. In the context of inventory partially vacant land, this is a term that didn't have a whole lot of clarity in the previous paradigm. Lots of local governments would approach that term differently. There was some safe harbors that were used in the previous paradigm for other types of land, but the proposed rules provide both a definition and a safe harbor for use of calculating capacity on partial vacant land. And then kind of pausing here on this middle one, which is I think really the biggest change, or especially towards that assessment of paper capacity and the likelihood of development, is introducing a land market supply factor. So this is a tool that the state of Washington has used in the assessment of their buildable lands to say, even though we've got this planning horizon, which is a long-term planning horizon, and we can assume the typical process, assuming that because they are buildable and within the urban growth boundary, that they are going to develop in that planning horizon. The land market supply factor set is crafted around a recognition that is not always the case. That those buildable lands do not actually develop and achieve minimum densities or are built out in that planning horizon. So the use of a land market supply factor would just allow local government to take a percentage off the top of their assessed capacity without doing any further analysis than just applying that percentage. And that in the proposed rules, that percentage is set at 10%. So the local government finds that they have, for simplicity, 100 acres of capacity, they can take 10% off the top, and now you have 90 acres of capacity. And that's all the analysis that's required there. The other addition here in terms of opportunity to discount the capacity is related to the future cycles of a housing capacity analysis. So in the context of a local government identifying which lands in their buildable lands inventory are also on the development ready land, and that those lands are, because they're identified as likely to develop in the short term because they have infrastructure available, but they find in the second and third housing capacity analysis cycle that those lands have indeed not developed. Local government can progressively discount the capacity on those particular lands if they are not developing over this period of time. Important to note here that those lands don't come off the buildable lands inventory themselves. They are still inventory. They just are assigned less and less capacity over time. So additional elements here in terms of land sufficiency, the calculation of what a local government does if they identify a deficit of land. And this is an important new definition in the context of this assessment. Previously, this was broadly described as measures to accommodate needed housing in the previous context. And part of this assessment was, and things like a financial tool was included in those measures to accommodate, but what the definition here really focuses in on are those measures that demonstrably change the math of capacity in a local government, saying we are upzoning, for example, a particular portion of our jurisdiction, and therefore we have demonstrably changed the capacity of that area to accommodate our future need. Or, for example, we're reducing the minimum lot size. It's another way, it's another example of that approach. Also in the rules is consideration of how, when land use efficiency measures can be taken. So in the current paradigm, local governments, at the time of identifying a deficit, at the same time you identify the deficit, you need to take actions to mitigate that or remedy that deficit. This is kind of known as the concurrency requirement. And really the basis of that is that the housing, at the time of the housing capacity analysis, being that it was the primary implementation of Goal 10, there was nothing later there was no next step that a local government will take to take those land use efficiency measures. Now, with the introduction of the housing productive strategy, there is a time and there is a process for local governments to identify those measures that they will take to remedy a deficit. And so we're offering that flexibility, adding that flexibility into local governments to say, you don't have to take these land use efficiency measures at the time you adopt your HCA. You can adopt that over time as part of your housing strategy. And then finally, the assessment of what is enough in terms of this mix of you're going to make more efficient use of our land and we're also going to amend our UGB. What's the break point? What percentage of the pie do local governments articulate as you're going to be this much more efficient and they're first at this much amount of land to meet our needs? And this proposed rule establishes a safe harbor to say that a local government can still make their own assessment of the breakdown, the mix of how they will respond. But if they are achieving 20%, or the likelihood of those land use efficiency measures are going to increase the achieved density 20% more over the planning horizon, that is deemed to be sufficient, and a local government can move right into a UGB amendment process for the remainder of that identified deficit that has. So it kind of sets that that tier there for local governments to know this is a bar that I can strive. I could do a lesser amount of that and state my case, or I could achieve this 20% metric and move right in with legal certainty that that provides. Okay. Subtopic change here, moving into this development ready lands item. What we heard, or this kind of is in addition to what we heard in the advisory committee process, but a little bit on the statutory context for the introduction of development ready land, which is that one of the barriers to housing production is not the pure number of acres that are available to be developed in cities, but in fact the amount of acres that are shovel ready or ready to be built on in the short term. And that the assessment of buildable lands that existed previously to this did not address or account for that kind of assessment of short-term readiness, and looked at a 20-year planning horizon, which left a gap in this assessment of sufficiency of both actions and capacity to meet housing needs. And then the context of the rulemaking process around development ready lands, because this is a new statutorily required analysis, trying to balance the manner in which local government conducts that analysis with their local capacity to actually complete that analysis. So a consideration in the development of the rules related to development ready lands. So here's a little bit of a graphic depiction of difference between development ready lands and buildable lands. And I mean, if we're voting for our kind of favorite part of this ONA program, this is definitely mine, because I think it highlights this need to plan for development of land within EGB in both the long-term context and the short-term context. That there's an assessment of things that are within the local government's control to make land both more buildable in the long term to meet the 20-year, but also actions that the local government can take in the short term to make things more development ready and ready for development in the short term. And one of the key operable pieces of development ready lands is that a deficit and identified deficit of development ready lands necessitates housing production strategy actions, which is different than an identified deficit of buildable land, which necessitates Goal 14 land use efficiency measure or EGB amendment actions. And I want to make sure that's really clear to the commission. So the statutory framework provides some definition of what constitutes development ready lands. And those are three things. First, that land is annexed and zoned for residential development, is readily served or identified to be served in the short term. Capital improvement plan, is not encumbered by particular constraints, and that it has the appropriate entitlements to be developed. And so with that text, those criteria, the proposed rules seek to provide a little bit more structure around the manner in which local governments actually inventory those lands. Like, what do those terms mean? Readily served or in the near term, those kind of terms. So wanted to kind of highlight the when of development ready lands, when that takes place. So at the time a local government is doing their buildable lands inventory, making that assessment of capacity, identifying those pieces of property on a map and applying labels to those. They're also doing this development ready. So it's at the same time, it's not a separate and unique analysis that can be concurrent in that way, but it just has a different lens that applied. Shorter term lens, looking at the likelihood of that piece of property to develop over the short term in consideration of what kind of services are available, whether that land is already been annexed, and what kind of other overlays exist on that piece of property that would allow development or modify the development potential in some way. And this is an assessment much like the develop or the buildable lands inventory, where you're calculating whether or not you have a surplus or deficit. And the kind of measure of whether or not you have a surplus or deficit or the sufficiency of buildable land is related to your housing production target, your 6 or 8 year housing production. And so you have these pieces of property that have the infrastructure available to, achieve a particular minimum density of that zoning designation, quantify the development potential of those lands. You kind of begin to do this math equation to identify a surplus or deficit. Then local governments take actions in their housing production strategy to make land more development ready. Those can be things like doing more coordinated public facility planning or prioritizing investments in a capital improvement plan around a particular area that has high development readiness potential, for example, or creating concept plans to more expeditiously annex land within the urban growth boundary into the city, or other examples. And I wanted to highlight that those development ready land type responses in the housing production strategy will be incorporated into the menu of housing production strategy, or that housing production strategy menu of actions, to kind of give local governments a little bit of insight on what actions might be relevant to addressing a development ready land inventory deficit. Okay, I'm going to move into a different topic, so maybe there's some questions. Yeah, some questions.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thanks, Ethan. I love this piece too. I think this is really interesting. Can you clarify for me the near-term housing target? Is that provided through the production targets from the state?
Commissioner Warren, that's exactly correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you. I'm glad Commissioner Warren is so wholeheartedly enthusiastic and sees the beauty of the complexity of this, because it is beautiful and it is complex. I'm sitting here thinking, do we know the financial impact of this on the jurisdictions? Do we know how much this will cost anybody to do? And does this constitute, I mean, I saw letters that were very careful not to use the phrase unfunded mandate, but that's the easily understood way to look at demands that come down from the state that don't necessarily have funding to pay for them, that have to be done.
Commissioner Thompson's a good question. As the rules are in development, there's no comps, for example, or examples of what this analysis might, what kind of financial burden or anything like that might be on local governments. However, in just a couple weeks ago at this point, we announced a round of technical assistance funding for local governments can engage in these owners. And one of the considerations in applying funds or awarding those funds was the increased, pieces of this program, development ready lands, as a key example in the allocation of those resources. And so in some cases, we said, okay, you've applied for a housing capacity analysis, for example. Do you know that you also are going to be required to do this development ready lands inventory? And the department is, asking you to consider that as part of your application or funding that work as well. So trying to be that financial resource for governments to engage in this work and provide that support accordingly.
I'm grateful for that support, for that consideration, because I think people often want to do, the right thing. I think everybody would say they want to see housing adequate to house people. And there are barriers to overcome. Cost is one of them. I would call it human nature is another one. I hear people say, we absolutely should have more housing and they should build it someplace else. So it's good work, it's complicated work, and there's a growth curve and an adaptation dynamic that I think is critical to the success of it, as Commissioner Bennett's already pointed out, so that we can acknowledge the beauty of the exquisite work that has been done and still understand that it may not always be welcome, and do whatever we can to support flexibility and in the adaptation of these changes. Thank you.
Thompson, I think that's fair. And I think one of the benefits of, I think, this approach is that a lot of this assessment are things that local governments do already in terms of mapping out where can we reasonably serve, developments across our jurisdiction. So I think there's some opportunity to leverage those kind of analyses that local governments already do and have it find a place in this work. And then also, if as development happens in local governments, specific assessment of ability to serve happens on a lot by lot basis. But right now, that assessment is the responsibility, the burden of that is on the developer to kind of identify, the ability to serve, or what it's going to take, and kind of matching the capacity that's nearby and how they hook into that. And that has been identified as a key barrier to housing production as well. Cost of conducting that assessment and making that analysis.
Thanks, Ethan. I just want to do a quick time check. We are on the agenda. We're going to take a break at 3, and then continue to come back with ONA discussion, and then also move into public comment. Ethan, are you covering the next 2 or 3 sections, or you just have one more section on urban reserves?
I've got 3
sections per month. Yeah, UGB expansion and such exchange. Okay. Do folks feel like you want to take a quick break and then we'll continue with Ethan afterwards? It looks like that's a thumbs up. I would concur with that too. So let's do that. It's 3:01. Let's be back. We'll have to cut it 1 minute short. We'll be back at 3:15 to continue with Ethan's presentation, continue with a little bit of discussion, and then we will move into public comment during that period also. All right. Thank you, Saul. All. All right, we are back from break and we're going to have Ethan continue his presentation on item number 5, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. And then we hope to move into public testimony by 3:45 or so.
Okay, Mr. Lazo, I can definitely accomplish that 3:45 goal. Okay, so moving into the next phase here, which is urban reserves. So continuing this line of overview for capacity utilization. Yep. In terms of what we heard around urban reserves, some of this was legislatively directed by the passage of Senate Bill 1129 as part of that happened in the midst of the rulemaking process, which speaks to rules allowing for lower priority of lands within subdivisions or highly parcelized areas. Because due to the kind of yields that they might be able to accomplish in terms of housing capacity and to meet housing needs and the cost effectiveness of providing urban services. Also kind of thinking through in terms of the use of urban reserves and what it leads to in terms of a UGB amendment, trying to mirror the assessment of creating an urban reserve or identifying an urban reserve, try to mirror as closely as possible with the assessment that local governments do to determine UGB expansions. And then think through, because urban reserves are a newer process and we're encouraging the use through these rules of urban reserves across the state, thinking about the long-term impacts of, first and second, third generation urban reserves and how they interplay across those identified areas. So in terms of the rules here, at first, in terms of response to, it's actually Senate Bill 1129 from the 2025 session, to create kind of a 1A and 1B type of approach in terms of the first priority, first category of lands to be brought into an urban reserve. So that bill directs the creation of, or a consideration of lands that are residentially planned developments, subdivided, parcelized lands to be considered lower priority lands within that first category of exception and non-resource lands to be brought into a urban reserve. So what that does is it lowers that priority of those lands that don't have the kind of yield that residential yield that other lands within that same category might be able to provide because of the built environment that exists within those areas and the ability to serve those areas in a cost-effective manner. The second item related to urban reserves is to kind of think through that relationship between the first generation and future generations of urban reserves. As local governments are going through the identification and designation of lands that are urban reserves, one of the core premises of the urban reserve process is that it creates certainty both in a rural context and an urban context for how that land is likely to be developed in the future, and provides opportunity for both local governments and the folks who live in those areas that are designated as urban reserves or are likely to be identified as urban reserves, gives them the opportunity to rely on the designation and know that those lands are likely to be urbanized in the future. And kind of based on that premise and the opportunity for local government to continually replenish those urban reserves, in the proposed rules, there is a establishment of a threshold of 80% that identifies the process or the timing in which a local government can begin to add land from a future generation urban reserve into the urban growth boundary. So it sets in that first identification of an urban reserve, as a local government is beginning to incorporate those urban reserve lands into its urban growth boundary, and maybe identifying other urban reserve lands through future processes that which they can continue to do, but they cannot begin to bring those second generation urban reserve lands into the urban growth boundary until they've consumed or brought in 80% of the first or the prior generation urban reserve. And so what that serves to do is says on that commitment of those lands, those identified urban reserve lands to be urbanized, that we should do such in an expeditious manner before we move into other opportunities. And I would also say that the urban reserve process is such that a local government has the flexibility and ability to amend or move lands from an urban reserve if circumstances and development feasibility or the cost of serving those urban reserve lands changes over time. And I would say, commissioners, you'll hear, I think, from some of the public testimony that this one is of particular kind of concern, is really one of the elements of this rulemaking process that I think would really love the commissioner's feedback on in terms of the value add of this proposed rules versus some of the concerns you'll hear from the public testimony, and would love commissioners' thoughts on attempting to weigh both of those elements in terms of the values that are attempting to be articulated here in the intent of this threshold with the implementation and practicability of this kind of framework. I think that will be a source of discussion that I particularly interested in hearing from the commission today. So moving into this next section, which is urban growth boundary expansions and amendments. One of the key provisions in this urban growth boundary expansion process is, yes, the expansion itself, but also the identification of the study area, the area that is likely to be incorporated into UGB, or the assessment of whether that land is suitable to be included in UGB in the first place. And I think an interesting analogy here is, this question around the study area process is, do we have the right material and medium for which this kind of sculpture we can build this urban growth boundary around? Or do we have the necessary elements, and which things should we not consider in developing or identifying that growth boundary? One of the items in this process is around the assessment of the impracticability or the practicability of particular portions, adjacent lands to a UGB, to have public services provided, the provision of public services, and the consideration therein of if there are portions of areas within the study area that are impractical to serve. They should be excluded from the study area process. That's the process that exists now. Local governments have the ability to say, we are not including this particular area because it is impractical to serve or it's cost prohibitive. What's in the rules, in the proposed rules, or let me back up. That assessment, though, that exists in the current rules is difficult to navigate for local governments. There is no assessment that the burden of proof on local governments to show what is and what is not impractical to serve is not defined. And the proposed rules that are in your packet identify a metric for that assessment of impracticability. And that relies on a 4 times multiplier in the assessment of the cost per unit calculation, the median cost per unit of all the sub areas that a local government might assess in their study area process. And if a particular sub area is found to be 4 times or 4 times more costly to serve on a per unit basis, that sub area can be excluded from consideration in the study area process. So it provides more objective metric of what impracticability actually means. Then also throughout the rulemaking process, the agency's been doing some concurrent tribal coordination and consultation process. And one of the key things that came out of that conversation was pretty consistently was that those tribal governments were interested in being notified when local governments are considering UGB amendments. And what we heard was early and often. So this being the earliest stage of an urban growth boundary amendment process identified in the study area, there's rules that require the notification to tribes and invitation for tribal consultation in this study area evaluation. So once local governments move through that study area process into determining which study areas or sub areas within that study area would be expanded into, or would be expanded into, there's an assessment of these what are called location factors, Goal 14 location factors. This assessment is done through a couple measures of assessment, particularly through what's called this EC analysis, weighing these measures of public facilities and economic and other considerations. And the assessment of the kind of the yield of these sub areas is something that we heard from the advisory committee members and others that should be considered in that process. So as part of this process, local governments can basically take a kind of discount for highly parcelized land in terms of assessing how much residential capacity might that sub area actually yield in towards meeting its housing decision-making process. Another item to touch on here is around the coordination of public facilities in this assessment of study area processes. As it works now, local governments might bring in, make the decision to bring in particular portions, sub areas into the UGB, but often wait for particular development applications in that area or annexation to plan the public facilities in that area. There's a proposal in the rules that asks local governments to more expeditiously coordinate or plan those public facilities and make that assessment of how the public facilities will actually be provided in those new expansion areas. And that's a 5-year time frame. And the purpose of that is to ask local governments to kind of validate their assumptions of cost to serve and the provision of public facilities such that the capacity can actually be realized in the future over the course of the next cycle. All right. Another key piece that I wanted to point out here is the passage of HB 2001 provided that urban service or urban reserve lands are now first priority lands to be brought into the urban growth boundary. So when we talk about trying to mirror the urban reserve process, the priority scheme with the UGB priority scheme, obviously those can't be a 1-for-1 match because the prioritization of urban reserves in the UGB process obviously wouldn't show up in the urban reserve decision-making process. So those can't be necessarily a 1-for-1 match, but we've tried to match it as close as possible. Okay. So moving in here, and apologies, I'm skipping through the time, but one of the elements of the consideration of which lands to bring into the UGB and how to kind of identify the urbanization of those lands is this consideration of complete neighborhoods. So one of the 4 principles of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program is that fair housing principles are incorporated there, and that doesn't just extend to infill development, that extends to the entirety of the local government's urban growth boundary and their development patterns. And so there's in the rules you'll see some defined and clearer pathways for local governments to consider other uses, not just residential, in the determination of a GP expansion area as it relates to providing kind of this more complete neighborhood with neighborhood surveying commercial opportunities as part of that decision-making process, same with open space. Okay, moving into UGB land exchanges. This process is an existing process that local governments engage in, but we've heard some areas for potential improvement for urban growth boundary exchanges, particularly as it relates to the existing framework for like, which means that local governments have to bring in the same lands as they're bringing out, or substantially equivalent lands, which is unnecessarily burdensome or creates a barrier to those exchanges. And then thinking through kind of more as an outcomes-based approach around UGB land exchanges and trying to incentivize some of those particular housing need outcomes, especially around higher densities. So what does that look like? One of the primary metrics here is this like-for-like land kind of framework for this UGB boundary land swap process. Those lands that are being swapped in and swapped out have to be pretty similar. And we provide in these rules some additional kind of wedge in some additional flexibilities to say that if the land that you're bringing in, it can be designated at higher residentials than the land that you're removing, because it serves, particular housing production, affordability, and choice needs, and to allow kind of this 10% margin of determining substantially equivalent. So you can bring in a number of acres 10% greater than the number of acres that you're taking out. And I think this is one of those key areas where we hear a lot about this urban growth boundary land exchange process as a tool, a tool that can be more greatly incentivized and leveraged to kind of address some of the challenges that local governments are experiencing around the urban growth boundary process. This is one that we're trying to add as much flexibility to. Okay, I had originally planned to kind of go through this slide more thoroughly, but I think I will summarize this slide by speaking again to this concept of the chutes and ladders kind of analogy. Especially in the context of the fascinating urbanization, the legislative directive is to identify those areas where clarity and certainty, reduction of analytical burden can be found in moving local governments from start to finish in this process. And the proposed rules in front of the commission today certainly could use some refinement, and interested to hear feedback to that point. And once we get to public comment in just a moment, but the intention of the rules that are in front of the commission today are squarely focused on that process of providing more ladders for local governments to navigate this process. Definitional clarity, kind of skips and lily pads across the path, or stepping stones across the path, and providing more options for local governments as they're navigating what has been a process that has had lots of conversation and debate around for the last 50 years of our state's planning program. So I am very interested to hear folks' public testimony, and I'm hoping commission has a close ear towards where we have fallen short of that mark specifically, and where local governments are feeling, or practitioners are feeling like these flexibilities are not actually to provide the flexibility that they're intended to provide. Wondering if commissioners have any questions on this particular topic before I have just one more section.
Commissioner Stewart. Warren.
Just a quick question, Ethan. I'm interested about the urban reserve prioritization process and why like, what is the intent behind requiring cities to expand into like their first round of urban reserves rather than going straight to the second round? Just curious.
Commissioner Warren, good question. The urban reserve process is intended to identify where in the long term the local government is tended to urbanize and is identifying those areas as the place that it is going to go next. Then the intention of that is to really ask local governments to urbanize those areas that they've committed to for the purpose of, those folks, the city who's making those decisions around providing public facilities or, development patterns near and adjacent, and also for the property owners on the periphery who are making decisions on their future as well. And if the local government has identified those areas as the place that they're going to go next, they might make different decisions than they would otherwise. And to set up a structure where the local government would not actually make good on that commitment of urbanizing those lands puts everybody in that kind of lurch of uncertainty on how to proceed. And that's really, the kind of purpose of asking local governments to urbanize those areas that they intend to urbanize through this process before going elsewhere. Granted, a process exists for local governments to pivot when they need to pivot and amend those urban reserve areas to better fill the bucket in terms of what their needs are in the future and as circumstances change.
Thanks. Ethan, go to your next section.
Okay, sorry for the scrolling here. All right, so finally, I wanted to kind of speak to some of the additional support and guidance and additional pieces of information that are kind of filtering in to this process. Sure, there is rules to write to implement this program, but there's also a suite of resources and guidance and tools that the state can also provide outside of a regulatory framework to assist the implementers of the Oregon Hazard Needs Analysis Program. So here's a list of those items. It starts first with the kickoff of 2026, which will incorporate, will kind of kick off the next phase of this process, which is developing out a suite of guidebooks and toolkits and resources for local governments to identify and more clearly define those areas that don't, either for simplicity's sake or for reasons like it would be a very verbose rule if we put the kind of directional pieces in the actual rule as opposed to being more in guidance. Kind of that intention and that spirit and the purpose of those items are best found in guidebooks. So we can build out that universe to support local governments in that process. Also, working through updates, and it's too bad Chair Lopa is not here because this has been her item for quite some time, which is fully building out to the fullest extent we can this menu of housing production strategy actions, so that when a local government is moving through this process, that they kind of know where to look for as a source of ideas for consideration. And there's different takes on that menu and different forms and formats it can take, particularly in terms of how they're structured and the level in which the state is providing the kind of adoption readiness of those. So there will be a set of kind of more off-the-shelf adoption ready actions, and there will be models or tools that are kind of ready to go off the shelf, such as the model code. Also speaking to some of the mapping tools, the reason why that geographic location key need was not identified as a compliance pathway is because those mapping tools are in development and there's fair housing considerations around use of or mandating the use of those. And so those kind of fit in guidance. Those can build the speed of tools at the local government's disposal to make decisions. And then working with OHCS on these dashboards to further refine and fix some bugs and add new features to those dashboards. That is all future iterations to come, and really looking forward to that. And then putting all of that stuff in one place, one-stop shop, is also a key goal of the Housing Division as we move out of the regulatory development process and more into the support and technical resource kind of approach, is warehousing those things, a suite of tools and resources all in one place for local governments. They don't have to be jumping around to different state agencies or scratching their heads on where to go next or anything like that. And then lastly, I talked a little bit about the housing planning assistance grants. Those dollars are key to the local government's success in implementing these programs. And we look forward to working with local governments who have received a 25-27 technical assistance grant, but also in future biennium as those obligations and those deadlines come about and new cycles are being or find themselves in those biennial deadlines. Chair Lazo, I'll hand this over to you, but if I could, just one last piece. I think when we're thinking through the opportunity that the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program presents, it's really one of the key considerations there is what elements of the previous paradigm were working well and which ones were not, and where can we think critically about how that program is going to meet this broad goal of increased housing production, affordability, and choice, such that we are to the fullest extent meeting our community's housing needs, all of our diverse housing needs. And the kind of future world that I think the ONA envisions is that we are all clear from the state, regional, and local governments, and even to the household level, on what our true community's housing needs are, right? What kind of future are we planning towards? What markers are we setting towards the future to be striving for? And then taking the actions that are responsive to that future. And there are, I think, up for the commission's consideration are ways in which we can be more direct with local governments on how specifically we might be able to collectively meet those needs, or where it's up to the local government to use their own creativity and initiative and ingenuity and within their resource and local government capacity to actually achieve those goals. And so I think what the summation of the rules that you see in front of you today are attempting towards that part of the future of we have a truer sense of what our housing need is, and we have clear and straightforward obligations, collective obligations to take the actions that are necessary to meet that need. So I'm definitely curious to hear from both commissioners and the folks who are signed up to testify and who've been submitting letters on whether or not we've met that marker or setting ourselves up for that future.
Thank you so much, Ethan. That was a fantastic overview and deep dive on where we are as we near the finish line, hopefully with ONA. Commissioners, it is 3:45 and I wanted to move on to public testimony. We've got, I think, we have 20 people signed up, so we will give everybody still have 3 minutes, and so we'll have an hour of public testimony, and then we'll return on the other side. We'll have about 10 minutes to have some discussion about what we've heard, and as we move on to the next step in the December potential adoption. All right, so we will start with public testimony. We'll have 3 minutes each person. I'm going to start with Brock Nation, and then Mary Kyle McCurdy, and then Corey Harlan.
Hello,
so Brock, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Commissioner Lazo, members of the Land Conservation and Development Commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. For the record, my name is Brock Nation. I'm the policy director at Oregon Realtors. We're an industry association comprised of roughly 18,000 members who work as real estate brokers, principal brokers, property managers, and affiliated industry professionals. In turn, our members represent hundreds of thousands of Oregonians in real property transactions throughout the state. I actually don't have anything written up for this testimony because I wanted to hear the comments that you guys made during the staff presentation today, and I'm going to respond to a couple of those directly. First, Commissioner Porter, you are absolutely correct. The needed housing mix type numbers are explicitly based off of data from Metro. If you look at page 44 in your staff report packet, second to last paragraph, second sentence, the proposed minimum percentages of multi-unit and middle housing are the respective averages of the data in the metro region at the 0 to 30, 30 to 60, and 60 to 80% AMI brackets, rounded up to the nearest 5%. Commissioner Bennett, when you are asking, why are we not saying this is mandatory if in function it is mandatory? Well, because that would be directly and conclusively out of compliance with statute and out of compliance with legislative direction. By making this a unachievable, rebuttable presumption, they can mandate it without it being explicitly contrary to what the direction that was given. Commissioner Thompson, you asked if this is an unfunded mandate. Yes, absolutely it is. There are problems with the needed housing type mix. There are problems with the urban reserve rules. There are exceedances of statutory authority. There's misalignment with legislative direction, with legislative intent, and there's noncompliance with statutory requirements. I would say that I'm disappointed, but after 72 rulemaking meetings over the last 2 years, totaling over 150 hours of discussions in meetings, not counting the time spent reading meeting materials, conducting research, coordinating with partners, and participating in small group or one-on-one meetings with staff, I don't feel that the time that I have spent here is worth anything to this state. The rules that have been developed defy the recommendations of the paid consultants for this. Commissioner Warren, you asked about the 80% rule and the intent there. And I understand the response that was given to you by staff. It's the same response that we got. I do not believe that's actually the reason. In my opinion, this is to bring in development and feasible land into UGBs so that other higher priority land is not brought in regardless of development feasibility. I would say that I'm disappointed with this rulemaking, but frankly, I'm just appalled. I certainly hope there's time to make substantial changes before you adopt these in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. Next is Mary Kyle McCurdy. Mary Kyle McCurdy. And after that is Corey Harlan.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lazo and Commission members. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon. We participated in the ONA RAC and the various TACs over the past 2 years and want to start by expressing our profound appreciation for the hard work and patience of your staff, the consultants, and Vice Chair Lazo through the many meetings, as well as to my fellow RAC and TAC members. We strongly support the proposed ONA rules with 4 revisions that we described in detail in our longer written testimony. We also signed on to a letter from a large coalition of housing advocates that is focused on the proposed HOG rules, also supportive in general. If time allows, I will focus on 2 issues in the proposed COTAC rules. But first, I want to start with reminding ourselves of the direction the legislature gave for the ONA program. 1, to produce housing to meet the needs of Oregonians at all levels of affordability, and 2, to create more housing choice by affirmatively furthering fair housing. ONA is about more than producing housing. It is firmly about housing for who, where, and what type. I believe you will hear testimony today that the rules require local governments to engage in new and time-consuming types of technical analysis of work. Some of that is true, and I expect there will be a few more revisions made before adoption, but this needs the bigger context. If we are to employ all the tools of the land use planning program to provide housing for all Oregonians, it will and it must mean we do things differently than we have been. The past decades have resulted in 70% of all Oregon housing and zoning being for single-family detached homes, which does not meet the family sizes, needs, or incomes of Oregonians today. ONA will require new and additional analysis to meet the land use and to match the land use and other tools with the specific needs of each city, especially as this program is started up. However, much of that analysis will be provided by the state. These rules also provide over 100 possible housing production strategies for cities to choose from, and most elements of the rules include safe harbors and/or rebuttable presumptions, always along with the option that cities can propose their own alternatives. We do understand that some of this will require additional local capacity and technical tools, but the option should not be to water down these rules or weaken them, but rather to provide cities with technical assistance and grants to put this ONA program in place. The first time through, there will be a heavier startup lift, but after that, it will be running. So to our two CowTech comments, if I still have time. First, on urban reserves. We support the urban reserve rules in Division 21, the proposed rules, including strongly supporting the requirement that 80% of the original urban reserve area must be added into a UGB before a city can add land from a future generation urban reserve. This precludes using the urban reserve process to circumvent the land priority requirements of UGB expansions.
Mary Kyle, your time is up. I'm going to have to ask you to.
Thank you.
If you could, appreciate you. Thank you. Next up is Corey Harlan, and then John Miller, and then Julia Metz.
Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the ONA rulemaking. For the record, I'm Corey Harlan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just didn't see my time. Sorry. Okay, great. For the record, I'm Corey Harlan, Central Oregon Land Watch's Cities and Towns Program Director, and I served as a member of the CowTech and RAC. Landwatch was also directly involved and worked with legislators and local stakeholders to shape Senate Bill 1129. And Landwatch has submitted an individual detailed written comment focused on cow tax work, as well as a joint coalition comment on hogs work. Overall, Landwatch appreciates and supports the draft ONA rules, and with some key specific adjustments outlined in our written comments, these rules put forth significant changes to Goal 10 and 14 that will improve how Oregon's communities deliver on their housing needs and move smart future urbanization forward. The housing approaches included in ONA ensure communities are building the housing Oregonians need and affirmatively furthering fair housing rather than simply inventorying available buildable lands. This will result in more roofs over more heads more quickly and the creation of housing options in areas that are also great places to call home. These rules fulfill the legislative intent of the enabling legislation. To meet this intent, new provisions in the rules reduce paper capacity, provide more safe harbors, provide more flexibility to consider local context and constraints. They also account for and better address infrastructure considerations and challenges while preserving the priority scheme. And they include approaches that increase development readiness. In Division 21, relating to urban reserves, some adjustments are still needed to fulfill the legislative intent of Senate Bill 1129 and fix a scrivener's error in sections 4 and 5. And we support the urban reserves 80% threshold. The impracticability factor proposed in Division 24 when determining a UGB study area is a point of concern that does need some additional consideration. I also want to acknowledge we've heard input from cities and other stakeholders that there may be places for additional adjustments that further reduce analytical burden over time. And we really look forward to continuing to engage on these ideas to ensure that these rules continue to deliver on legislative intent and are doable for cities and jurisdictions who will be implementing them. It's also important to note there are many barriers to producing more housing. Market factors, interest rates, tariffs, costs of materials and labor. These are all significant barriers we don't have control over at a state and city level. This rulemaking is a solid attempt to address one of the primary barriers we do have control over that jurisdictions face in doing this work, making rules and processes more clear, certain, and straightforward. And to successfully implement these rules, it will be absolutely vital to continue fully tackling the second barrier jurisdictions face, which is ensuring that there are sufficient resources and support to complete this work. Landwatch urges this commission to make the adjustments outlined in our written testimony and adopt these rules to deliver more housing to our communities more quickly in ways that make the most of the land within our UGBs and provide more clear, certain paths for smart future urbanization. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of this testimony.
Thank you, Corey. Next up is John Miller, and then Julia Metz, and then Shannon Tennant. John, are you with us?
I am here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and commissioners. My name is John Miller, and I am the Executive Director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for DLCD staff, consultants, the governor's office, the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and Housing Actions Work Group members, and LCDC for your time, responsiveness, and thoughtful and thorough work over the last 2 years. The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis must center equity and affirmatively furthering fair housing, not only because it's the right thing to do and is in alignment with Oregon's values, but because the legislative charge for ONA explicitly requires it. The directive for this year's work was to develop clear compliance pathway for local governments through the housing production strategy and housing acceleration programs, utilizing program design tools like safe harbors or minimum standards in furtherance of affirmatively furthering fair housing, increase housing production, affordability, and choice, and reliability and program outcomes for local governments. And that's straight from the legislative charge. These new rules are not just about market-driven production, though that's important, but also about meeting ONA's promise to keep equity and affirmatively furthering fair housing central. This includes policy objectives focused on promoting inclusive zoning to enable a diversity of housing options, producing and retrofitting homes in high opportunity areas that increase housing choice related to key equity-driven needs, ensuring affordable and accessible housing, and preventing displacement. The 2024 rulemaking process emphasized similar commitments, stating that governments should commit to safe, accessible, climate resilient, and affordable housing options that afford access to opportunity, including community assets and fair housing choice for all Oregonians, especially historically and currently underserved and under-resourced communities. We do propose, in addition to the proposed rules, we feel it is critical to encourage, if not require, housing production strategies to include well-defined affirmative marketing plans to significantly increase the chances that the plans will affirmatively further fair housing. By explicitly integrating the principles of affirmatively furthering fair housing into ONA, Oregon will not only meet its obligations, it will set a national precedent. We must keep this emphasis strong. The stakes are too high and the opportunity is too great to do otherwise. Again, thanks to everyone that participated in this process. I encourage full adoption of these new rules as that will lead to positive, equitable outcomes for communities and their current and future residents for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up is Julia Metz, and then Shannon Tennant, and then Latch Litward. Julia, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lazo and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Julia Metz, and I'm speaking on behalf of a coalition convened by Sightline Institute and Thousand Friends of Oregon. Our coalition includes affordable housing advocates, land use and tenant organizations, architects, builders, and community-based partners from across Oregon. Over the past 2 years, we've been deeply engaged in the ONA process, and we want to thank DLCD staff and this commission for your continued leadership and collaboration. While several coalition partners have been engaged with the capacity and urbanization aspects of ONA, our written testimony and my testimony today focus specifically on the work of the Housing Actions Work Group. We are excited for and appreciative of the progress reflected in this latest draft of the ONA rules. From the start, ONA has had an equity focus at its core, grounded in the requirement to affirmatively further fair housing. This draft clearly advances that intent by emphasizing affordability, accessibility, and anti-displacement while ensuring new homes are produced in high-opportunity areas. We've submitted written testimony with more details, but there are several key strengths we'd like to highlight today. First, the rules embed equity throughout the compliance pathways. The inclusion of affordable and accessible housing pathways as rebuttable presumptions is a major step forward. Clear expectations for locational analyses also strengthen the fair housing and equity lens within pathways. This reflects a statewide commitment to high priority housing needs while preserving flexibility for local actions. Second, the rules balance clarity with flexibility. Safe harbors and rebuttable presumptions give jurisdictions clear, legally supported options while still allowing locally tailored approaches. This reduces the analytical burden, provides clarity, and fosters innovation. We also support the ask for additional clarity for meeting or rebutting these pathways to set jurisdictions up for success. Third, we appreciate the strength and connection between the housing production strategy and the housing acceleration program. This improves transparency, predictability, and accountability while encouraging early adoption of high-impact actions that DLCD has identified as effective. Finally, we strongly support the inclusion of tools that help jurisdictions center equity across ONA and pair non-land use actions with the land use actions in the compliance pathways. This includes the Community Assets and Harms Mapping Tool, Data Resource Library, Adoption Ready Actions, and the updated HPS menu that Chair Halova helped spearhead. Overall, this draft represents a major milestone. Alongside forthcoming guidance documents, it provides the clarity, flexibility, and accountability needed to make ONA a success while keeping equity and
Hi, folks. If you can hear me, we're having some technical difficulties in the room here, and so we're going to, Julia, we're going to have to ask you to restart your testimony. We'll be back on here in a second.
Okay, no problem.
Can commissioners hear me? Commissioner Bennett, can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I went to my computer, so we're getting the Zoom in the room restarted here.
Zoom in the room? Is that like the cat in the hat?
Yeah, apologies, folks. We're still trying to get the main computer here in the conference room back on.
Here, is it possible if it runs late that we just take a few minutes for in the morning before we start on our next session on item 6, just to discuss this?
Commissioner Bennett, I can hear you. I don't know if the chair can.
Yeah, I was hearing Julia's
All
testimony.
right, we're still working on getting the computer back up here, folks, so we should be with you shortly.
Commissioner Bennett, Barbara heard you also.
I guess it's those of us in the outposts we can hear.
Yep, I was gonna say me too. You're coming through loud and clear.
So the outliers are in the circle of communication. Now there's a first, eh? Kidding.
Should be good. Should be live. You can hear me now? I think I got a thumbs up from Commissioner Bennett. All right. Okay, now our apologies for that. So folks are signing for public comment. Julie, I think you already had you at 2:45, so I'm gonna ask you just to restart if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no problem.
With no one hearing, so I don't know if someone provide public testimony and no one's logged in online, does it actually get heard? The answer is no. So if you would, you have a full 3 minutes if you would start again. So Julia will go, and then Shannon Tennant, and then Latch Litwer.
No problem. Vice Chair Lazo and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, twice. My name is Julia Metz, and I'm speaking on behalf of a coalition convened by Sightline Institute and Thousand Friends of Oregon. Our coalition includes affordable housing advocates, land use and tenant organizations, architects, builders, and community-based partners from across Oregon. Over the past 2 years, we've been deeply engaged in the ONA process, and we want to thank DLCD staff and this commission for your continued leadership and collaboration. While several coalition partners have been engaged in the capacity and urbanization aspects of ONA, our written testimony and my testimony today focus specifically on the work of the Housing Actions Work Group. We are excited for and appreciative of the progress reflected in this latest draft of the ONA rules. From the start, ONA has had an equity focus at its core, grounded in the requirement to affirmatively further fair housing. This draft clearly advances that intent by emphasizing affordability, accessibility, and anti-displacement while ensuring new homes are produced in high-opportunity areas. We've submitted written testimony with more details, but there are several key strengths we'd like to highlight today. First, the rules embed equity throughout the compliance pathways. The inclusion of affordable and accessible housing pathways as rebuttable presumptions is a major step forward. Clear expectations for locational analyses also strengthen the fair housing and equity lens within pathways. This reflects a statewide commitment to high priority housing needs while preserving flexibility for local action. Second, the rules balance clarity with flexibility. Safe harbors and rebuttable presumptions give jurisdictions clear, legally supported options while still allowing locally tailored approaches. This reduces the analytical burden, provides clarity, and fosters innovation. We also support the ask for additional clarity for meeting or rebutting these pathways to set jurisdictions up for success. Third, we appreciate the strengthened connection between the housing production strategy and the housing acceleration program. This improves transparency, predictability, and accountability while encouraging early adoption of high-impact actions that DLCD has identified as effective. Finally, we strongly support the inclusion of tools that help jurisdictions center equity across ONA and pair non-land use actions with the land use actions in the compliance pathways. This includes the community assets and harms mapping tool, data resource library, adoption ready actions, and the updated HPS menu that Chair Halova helped spearhead. Overall, this draft represents a major milestone. Alongside forthcoming guidance documents, it provides the clarity, flexibility, and accountability needed to make ONA a success while keeping equity and fair housing at the center. We hope the Commission will join us in celebrating the significant progress made over these many past months and will vote to adopt these groundbreaking rules. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to this work.
Thank you, Julia, and I appreciate your patience in our technical difficulties there. All right, Shannon Tennant, and then Latch Litwer, and then Alyssa Hunter, and then Leah Rausch. Shannon, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the Commission. My name is Shannon Tennant. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Oregon. I was grateful to participate both as a member of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and also the Housing Actions Work Group. I'm also here to testify on behalf of the 23 local Habitat for Humanity affiliates building and repairing homes across the state. I was really listening on the edge of my seat today as I heard some folks question whether this could really help us produce affordable home ownership units. And I would like to answer with a resounding yes. The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, even though these rules are still in process, is already having a really positive impact in Oregon communities of all sizes. 2 weeks ago, I was out in La Grande, where we were celebrating the site kickoff for 14 modular Habitat for Humanity cottages. What? That wasn't a glimmer in our eye in the state 5 years ago. Wait, cottages in La Grande, being built by a local modular manufacturer, and they're going to be remaining permanently affordable home ownership opportunities. I just want to emphasize that a lot of developers, our state agencies, the governor's office, legislators, this amazing team at the Department of Land Conservation and Division, we are all pulling many levers to produce more housing in our state and at a variety of income levels and types that we have yet to see. Many of these housing types fit right into existing neighborhoods, cottage clusters in Central Oregon, in Bend, in Sisters, in La Pine Sun River. All kinds of things on the coast are happening. It's great to see Tillamook County being one of the first implementers of the Middle Income Housing Revolving Loan Fund. That's super exciting. We are changing our mentality, right, at the local municipal level from, yeah, actually, I don't know, to let's see if we can figure this out together. Let's get this done. I think DLCD is appropriately leaning into technical assistance for municipalities, flexibility and approaches, and really trying to highlight through adoption-ready actions, things we know that work across the state that are flexible and easy to go right now and adopt off the shelf. One example is system development charges. It doesn't really cost a municipality anything to either delay them to the end of a build, but it sure saves a developer interest payments for months and months, right? That's just cost neutral and really effective. So we think this is absolutely on the right track. And again, a lot of gratitude for the process that got us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. And then we have Latch Litwer, Alyssa Hunter, Leah Roush, and Heather O'Donnell. Latch, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Outstanding. Well, first of all, Chair and Commissioners, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Locke Litwer. I'm a middle and workforce housing developer with Columbia Gorge Capital. We work in Oregon's small and rural communities. This is places like Cascade Locks, Hood River, Newport, and unincorporated areas of Hood River and Lincoln counties. I submitted detailed written comments in strong support of the proposed Division 8 rules. And today I want to expand on one central idea. That is that builders are partners in implementing housing solutions, not just respondents to policy. Our company's ethos has always been that we do development with communities, not to them. Every project we take on depends on collaboration with local governments, residents, and service providers. And in smaller cities, that collaboration, it's not optional. It's essential. These are places where the planning office might be one person, and that same staffer is also managing the water master plan and comprehensive plan updates. The capacity, the challenge is real. From the builder side, we face the downstream effects of that capacity gap every day, facing outdated codes, conflicting interpretations, and unclear approval pathways often adds months or even years to otherwise straightforward workforce housing projects. It's not about resistance to growth. It's about complexity. The current land use framework can make it extremely difficult for even willing partners to actually deliver homes that are on the ground. So that's why I'm encouraged by the ONA framework and these proposed Division 8 updates. I see they don't override local control. They equip local governments with the tools and model code language that they need to modernize their systems without having to start from scratch. And just as importantly, they provide predictability and defensibility, things that are invaluable not only to the planners and elected officials, but also to builders like me trying to plan multi-year investments. When local governments have clear, well-structured standards, and when builders know that those standards are consistent with the state housing goals, everyone can move forward with confidence. That clarity helps us align site planning, infrastructure, and financing so we can actually produce the housing that Oregon needs. It's housing for teachers, for healthcare workers, and for people who keep rural economies functioning. The beauty of the Division 8 approach is that it recognizes the diversity of Oregon's places while still advancing a shared statewide mission. It creates space for innovation, for smaller jurisdictions to tailor solutions that fit their unique character or reduce the procedural barriers that slow housing delivery across the board. In short, these rules invite both the public and the private sectors to the same table. They make it easier for the cities to plan and easier for builders to build, which is exactly the kind of alignment Oregon needs if we're serious about housing in Oregon. I want to thank you for your time, for your leadership, and for keeping the realities of small and rural communities at the center of this conversation. I urge you to adopt the proposed Division 8 rules and move forward with their implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Locke, and my apologies for adding a T. That was my fault when I was typing your name. So
happens all the time. Don't worry.
Thank you for being here with us. Okay, next up is Alyssa Hunter, and then Leah Roush, and then Heather O'Donnell, and then Alana Kanagi.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lazo and members of the commission. My name is Alyssa Hunter and I'm the City of Eugene's Planning Director. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the draft owner rules. And I want to give a call out to DLCD staff who've been coordinating closely with us as we try to figure out how to integrate these rules into our ongoing urban growth and housing planning work. I know that they have a lot to juggle and a lot of different things coming at them, and we appreciate that them listening to us. We support the intent of ONA and the potential for it to help us remove barriers to housing production and choice, to support housing providers, and to achieve more fair and equitable housing outcomes. Those are all things we very much support. We also support the allocation of a more comprehensive housing need, and we appreciate the optional safe harbors. We know that Eugene desperately needs more housing of all types and affordability levels. But what we were hoping for through this process was a different way of doing things that would result in meaningful changes in our community. Instead, we're concerned that the focus of the rules has drifted from their original intent. As proposed, this approach requires significant resources for planning, data collection, reporting, and layers of very specific analysis, which instead of increasing housing production will result in a planning exercise that's overly complex, prescriptive, unrealistic, uncertain, and lacks adequate resources for implementation. One example would be some of the aspirational components, especially in the contextualized housing need, that we believe some of that could undermine actual housing production on the ground. For example, the minimum standard for home ownership sets an unrealistic standard statewide and doesn't provide for any local nuance and context. I realize that comes from a target in another section of state law, but Eugene has a very unique context with a sizable student population. Our housing needs and market realities do not accommodate for such a high ownership target. We also have very few tools to influence whether a unit is owner occupied or rental, even if it sits on its own lot or is a condo. So that's one I wanted to highlight. And honestly, I break out into a cold sweat when I think about the city's limited resources needed to complete this work. I know you heard that from some other folks, that that's what you were going to hear for us. And that's true. Given the budget realities of local governments, we're really concerned about the time and resources needed for this process, and that it's going to take away from our ability to get desired local outcomes on the ground. The priority should be to streamline the rules, create more legal certainty for cities, while actively supporting us and partnering with us to steeply increase housing production of all types and affordability levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate you being here. Leah Roush, and then Heather O'Donnell, Alana Kanegi, and then Alexandra Ring. So Leah, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lazo and members of the commission. My name is Leah Roush. I'm a senior planner at the City of Eugene. Thanks for the opportunity to comment, and I'll just echo the thanks to the team of DLCD staff, the RAC and TAC members, and the consultants who we know have put in a ton of work into this process over the last 2 years. I'll just build on Alyssa's comments and provide some more specific feedback on the draft rules. As Alyssa said, we continue to have concerns about the analytical burden the rules place on cities. And while portions of the rules are aspirational, other portions require the same and even more of that. We like to call it bean counting, and prescriptive analysis as in the past. Cities can't really hold both of these expectations at the same time without a lot of resources and analysis, and as we've said, won't get more housing produced. Specifically, we're concerned about the reliance on rebuttable presumptions and minimum standards, and we ask that DLCD continue to look for optional safe harbors. Sorry, my notes are moving around. That can ease analytical burden and provide more legal certainty. If the rebuttable presumptions remain, we ask that DLCD add limited, clear, and objective criteria for how a city can successfully rebut a state standard. There are a couple of compliance pathways we're most concerned about. For homeownership, we ask that DLCD revise this to an optional safe harbor or allow for an incremental approach over time. For housing mix, we ask that DLCD use Echo Northwest's recommendation to provide for more local context or make this an optional safe harbor. We also continue to have concerns about some of last year's rules that I think are worth revisiting. We are asking that DLCD allows cities to use the allocated housing need from 1 year prior to the adoption of their HCA. As written, the rules really do provide an unworkable path for cities to get through the adoption process. We also continue to be concerned about the lengthy definition of housing characteristics in the rules. So as Alyssa said, we really do fully support the intent of this work. We want to get more housing produced. We want to achieve more fair and equitable housing outcomes. And we really hope that DLCD and the Commission will focus their energy on providing more clarity and certainty within the rules and really listen to cities when we say that these draft rules aren't poised to help us achieve our shared outcomes. With that, my colleague Heather O'Donnell will share some more feedback on other parts of the rules, and we really do thank you for your opportunity and your time today. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Leah. And Heather O'Donnell, and then Alana, Alexander Ring, Matthew Sayers, and Matt Cunningham. So Heather, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Heather O'Donnell, and I'm a senior planner with the City of Eugene. Thank you for this opportunity. As a member of the CowTAC, I've appreciated DLCD staff and the consultants for their work and many opportunities for feedback and discussion, and also want to express appreciation for the other TAC members. We recognize that additional analysis would be necessary to implement the new owner framework, which we also support. However, some areas of the proposed analytical complexity could be reduced. To that end, Eugene's recommendations focus on minimizing new analytical requirements, not getting rid of them, and providing clarity and legal certainty for local governments. So there's just less process and quicker production of fair and equitable housing. We support the new rules in providing a more realistic estimate of future buildable lands capacity, particularly the optional safe harbors. The more of those, the better. We recommend the rules specifically call out where financial tools can affect the expected capacity of buildable lands because they're no longer defined as efficiency measures, and those tools are key to demonstrating more redevelopment for housing in climate-friendly areas and how we can reduce UGB expansion. We recommend limiting when land must be analyzed under zoning and not just plan designation. The new zone to allow analyses add complexity with little additional value and development predictability, since zoning is really just a snapshot in time. And lastly, we recommend better aligning the urban reserves and subsequent UGB expansion processes so that expanding into urban reserves is streamlined for housing to be produced more efficiently, which should be the outcome for cities that have invested in urban reserves planning. We really appreciate these discussions we've had with staff on these issues and still recommend greater clarity between Division 21 and 24 language and definition and reducing redundant analysis. For cities that have adopted urban reserves, Division 24 should better reflect the significant analysis already undertaken and explicitly allow those cities to build off their urban reserves analysis when studying land for an expansion. We'll provide more detailed written feedback on these and other concerns. There's been a lot of work done, and we think there's still some more to do. We understand and appreciate that DLCD staff continues to look at these issues, and we look forward to keep working with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Alana Carnegie is next, and then Alexander Ring, Matthew Sayers, Matt Cunningham, and Jean Dahlquist. So Alana, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lazo, and commissioners. Thank you for your efforts to put your energy and brains towards this complicated and important issue. My name is Alana Carnegie. I am 36 years old, and I'm a lifetime resident of Albany, Oregon. Albany as I've been involved with the Housing Affordability Task Force in Albany and their process of implementing HB 2001, I've seen our city apply for DLCD funding and get that and use those planning grants really effectively for consultants. That was from the HB 2001 process. But I'll try to just speak on some things that haven't been spoken on, because I have quite a few thoughts. To underscore the rules help with innovation, and that our city being given tools to work with infill and work with the middle housing code has been really helpful to get new, desirable, livable housing. There's also been issues, right, where you have subdivisions going in that haven't done infrastructure analyses. And that's one of my concerns with expanding the urban growth boundary, is that, as far as I understand it, that tool is not tied to doing an analysis of the infrastructure. But I really appreciated the discussion today about development readiness as an important metric. And from that development readiness standpoint, and I don't know if this fits into the rules or not, but why not include commercial lands within the UGB as a third option for rezoning, for looking at what the land capacity is for developing housing? And okay, with my time remaining, I want to say, though, that my primary concern is related to that home ownership piece. As somebody who's 35, I'm 36 actually, but who owns the housing? And how many of my peers do and don't get to own their own homes, and therefore invest in a stable sense of where they get to be and how to build their work and livelihoods? That's really important. And that, yeah, ONA is not for the Oregon Realtors Association, right? The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is for people who need housing, not people who stand to, turn a profit by selling second residences or investing in Airbnbs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Alana. Next is Alexander Ring, and then Matthew Sayers, and then Matt Cunningham, and then Jean Dahlquist. So Alexander, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Vice Chair Laszlo, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Alexander Ring. I'm the housing and land use lobbyist for the League of Oregon Cities. We represent all 241 cities in the state of Oregon who will be the implementers of these rules. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and thank you to DLCD staff for all of their work on the ONA rules. This has been a tremendous lift, and we share the common goal of producing more housing. And there are aspects of the rules that we do like. However, we are here today in opposition of the draft rules. LOC and our members have provided consistent feedback throughout the process. The rules are going in a direction that is inconsistent with legislative intent and improving housing production, decreasing administrative burden, and providing legal clarity for implementing jurisdictions. Honestly, I don't know where to start with all of the unclear, even at times incorrect statements today made that represent the rule and the statutes that inform it. So I will focus my testimony on the de facto mandatory model code and the significant legal risk that it places on implementing jurisdictions. Additional comments and recommendations are available in our joint letter with AOC that we submitted for the record. The implementation of the model code as a minimum standard is not in line with the legislative intent of SB 1564, the authorizing statute, which created a model code for cities, and quoting directly from the bill here, may be readily adopted, and then provides that this is only if they're not in an acceleration agreement, etc. But that's a key detail, may be adopted, and talks about the acceleration agreement itself, not before the acceleration agreement. Saying this will ease compliance and reduce risk of acceleration by making it mandatory is tantamount to saying that someone should go to jail preemptively before they commit a crime because they might. Cities already have middle housing codes that are working. They are producing more housing on the ground right now. We are punishing them and requiring more work from jurisdictions that are already doing the work, that have market data to support their codes. They will be forced to defend their code with no defined process or standards by which to achieve a defense against a code that is not backed by data or real-world implementation. LOC and our members do not believe that DLCD will approve locally developed codes on an objective and standardized basis, as they will have full discretion and no oversight. Additionally, the model code as drafted will be impossible for cities to legally implement, as it fails to meet the basic standards required of our local housing codes, that they are clear and objective. Language like same or commensurate impact and the very definition of housing type used do not meet the standards of clear and objective. If cities adopt this code, developers and other parties can and will sue cities. DLCD and LCD will not be on the hook for those legal expenses. Cities will. This model code was conceived with the right intentions, absolutely good intentions, to help local jurisdictions who are strained on capacity, but instead leaves them extremely vulnerable and at the mercy of unstandardized and unobjective practices. The fix is simple: make the model code a safe harbor and rewrite the code to be clear and objective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next is Matthew Sears, and then Matt Cunningham, and Jean Dahlquist, and then David Vinnig.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lazo and members of the Commission. My name is Matthew Sears, and I'm a member of the Housing Action Work Group. I'm also testifying on behalf of the Oregon Council on Developmental Disabilities in support of the proposed owner rules developed by DLCD with respect to Division 8 on Goal 10 housing. Every person deserves a home that supports independence, livability, and full inclusion in community life. Cities that plan for accessible and adaptable housing will be better positioned to meet the needs of aging residents, people of all disabilities, and families navigating caregiving needs. We support DLCD's proposed rules that offer a clear pathway to the development of accessible and adaptable housing, yet still provide cities the opportunity to pursue alternative approaches to meet accessible housing goals. Addressing accessible housing needs is a central standalone goal under House Bill 2001 for cities to pursue. It is also an essential element of fair housing choice that cities are asked to proactively address. DLCD rules under consideration encourage accessible and adaptable housing through safe harbors and rebuttable presumptions in its compliance pathways. Using the percentage of households with ambulatory difficulties and ratios related to the number of older adults for identifying accessible or adaptable housing need, that is a smart data-driven approach. DLCD's proposed rules also help cities plan for multi-unit housing, like apartment buildings, where most wheelchair accessible homes are found. There is a lot of praise in DLCD's work, from clearer expectations for the acceleration program to model codes to community benefits mapping tools. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater due to concerns expressed by League of Oregon Cities and Oregon Realtors Association, given the extraordinary strides DLCD is making in other areas, including accessibility and fair housing choice. I am here to represent the interests of people with disabilities, and these rules are a real step forward in meeting accessible housing needs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments in support of DLCD's efforts around Division 8 Goal 10 housing.
Thank you, Matt. All right, next up is Matt Cunningham, and then Jean Dahlquist, David Vinnig, and then Pepper Trail. Matt, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Great. Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mac Cunningham, and I am a member of the HOG and the RAC, and I work as an affordable housing developer with experience across many of the regions west of the Cascades. I've been involved in the ONA rulemaking process since the beginning, and I am deeply thankful to staff and the consultants and commissioners and everyone for incorporating feedback from developers. Nonprofit, private, and public developers will all be critical to ONA implementation as Oregon's housing planning system shifts towards a focus on producing housing for people that are underserved by the existing status quo. Seeing our feedback reflected in the rules and the model code is very encouraging. ONA will allow more types of housing in more communities than is currently allowed. Oregon is in a long-standing housing crisis, and that's no surprise to anyone here, but that crisis, particularly for low-income families, has been here for many decades. The status quo isn't working, and ONA helps address the immediate emergency while setting up long-term solutions to prevent returning to this situation. Through my work, I still face challenges in the land use and permitting process. For one project, limited coordination between the city's land use and engineering staff caused nearly a year-long delay and an additional $3 million in project costs. ONA addresses this by requiring public works and engineering staff to be engaged in the housing production strategy process to avoid costly mistakes and errors like this. While Oregon has been a national leader in land use reforms, more work is needed to enable housing opportunities. The model code and affordability bonuses will help more projects pencil in more locations. At a previous job, I tried to bring affordable housing to a Southern Oregon community that was devastated by the 2020 wildfires. Even with a relatively liberal zoning code,
Mac, sorry, we are having that same difficulty again. I'm able to communicate with you through my computer, but the main computer here in the room is looks like it's stopped again. So apologies, commissioners.
No worries.
See what we need to do to get this back.
Yes, I will be on standby. Just let me know when I can begin again.
Mac, we won't make you start all the way over, but you're like in the last minute 10 of your comments. Okay, they're rebooting the computer here in the room again.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I know at least I can hear you still.
Yeah, I think the outliers can still hear you.
All right, they're getting signed back in here.
You talk and it should be loud enough for everybody to hear you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to proceed with the computer that I have on. Mac, are you still on with us?
Yes, I am. I'm happy to restart, or I can restart the paragraph, really whatever you all would like.
Mac,
Yeah, you need to turn the speaker on.
it's on. Hang on one moment.
No problem.
Let's look at the speaker. That's what it says. Says it's on. Yeah, it might be on that thing. Okay, Matt, can you hear us now?
Yes, I could hear you the whole time, but can you hear me?
Okay, I can just barely hear you. Let me see if I can turn this up. I'm going to turn this up.
Have to admit, being quiet is not usually something I'm accused of.
Okay, that should be better. All right, let's try that. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, would you like me to start over or should you start the paragraph? I'm happy to do either.
No, I think if you could start, you have about a minute left on your clock, so you're roughly 2/3 of the way through. Will that be an easy place for you to find?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Great. Yeah. So while Oregon has been a national leader in land use reforms, more work is needed to enable housing opportunities. The model code and affordability bonuses will help more projects pencil in more locations. At a previous job, I tried to bring affordable housing to a Southern Oregon community that was devastated by the 2020 wildfires. Even with a relatively liberal zoning code for similar sized jurisdictions, our project couldn't pencil due to the still too limiting zoning. And as of May 2024, that site remains undeveloped. I'm particularly excited about, or as the young man mentioned earlier in the hearing, I'm particularly excited about the affordable housing opportunity to utilize a bedroom density requirement. This would help a current project I'm working on where the site was upzoned, was forced us to reduce the number of family size units to meet minimum density requirements and controlling costs. With this rule, if it had been in place, we could have maintained the much needed affordable family size units in that development. I also want to briefly touch on Vice Chair Lazo's fair concern mentioned earlier. Since this item would only apply to affordable housing, and nearly all affordable housing projects utilize funds from OHCS, this means OHCS standards for bedroom and unit sizes to ensure livable apartments would apply. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Great. Thank you, Mac, and apologies, sincere apologies for our technical difficulties here on our end, but I think we're getting through it. All right, next folks, Jean Dahlquist, David Binnig, Pepper Trail, and Jennifer Bugley. Jean, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you, commissioners. My name is Jean Dahlquist, and I'm representing the Board of Housing Land Advocates. Housing Land Advocates is a 501c3 charitable corporation, and we pursue our work as an entirely volunteer run and operated organization. We are land use planners, attorneys, lenders, researchers, students, and housing advocates from all walks of life. And we're trying to make sure that land use planning can be used to support Oregon's affordable housing needs and ensure that there's housing for every Oregonian. I am filling in for REC member Kathy Wild, who's dedicated countless hours to participating in this process, and just wanted to make sure that everyone knew, as Housing Land Advocates, we signed on to a multi-coalition letter that expresses our strong support for the draft Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Through our work with HLA, we've seen that the needs really have never been more dire, especially for renters and those with the least amount of resources currently. We really need to do things differently. This is a step in the right direction, and contrary to what has been said before, cities are not doing what they need to do, and this will help hold them accountable. On a personal note, I am a person who needed affordable multi-generational housing in Oregon to support my aging parents and permanently disabled sister, as well as my 2 young children, and I was not able to find that, which was highly detrimental to my family. We wanted to make sure and emphasize our support for the equity focus at the core of this proposal, especially its statutory inclusion of affirmatively furthering fair housing. The 2025 policy objectives emphasize producing and retrofitting homes in high opportunity areas while advancing affordability, accessibility, and anti-displacement. And this draft clearly aligns with those priorities. Key strengths of this draft include emphasizing equity and compliance pathways. We at HLA are extremely excited about language emphasizing locational analyses. Y'all might have heard me say that before in other forums. Equitable placement when evaluating zoning. This strengthens alignment with fair housing, accessibility, and anti-displacement goals. We also want to emphasize that these compliance pathways offer many benefits. We see that this process can reduce analytical burdens through the safe harbors, offering an optional legally backed path for meeting requirements. We see that this can maintain local flexibility, provide guardrails and clarity, and balance consistency with innovation. Since I only have 30 seconds left, again, we just wanted to encourage the adoption of these rules and are incredibly appreciative of DLCD's staff's responsiveness and collaboration throughout the project. We recognize that this work will continue to evolve as the implementation moves forward. Refinements will both be necessary and expected, but we're confident with the Commission's continued oversight, the program will go stronger with time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Gene. Appreciate your testimony today. Next is David Binnig, and then Pepper Trail, and then Jennifer Bugley, and then Melanie Kebler. David, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Commissioners. And I apologize for my missing voice today. My name is David Binnig. I'm a member of Portland Neighbors Welcome, a nonprofit working to ensure that everyone who wants to live here in Portland can find a home that they can afford. We appreciate the work that DLCD staff have done in developing these rules and the responsiveness in incorporating feedback, including from some of the other organizations you've heard from. I'm here to speak in support of those draft rules. I know cities around the state have planners who have professional and local expertise, some of whom we've heard today. I think the challenge for Oregon in recent decades has not been with the lack of planning ability, but that it's politically difficult to find the will for the changes in each jurisdiction to allow the homes that we need. I know you may be hearing enough from people in Portland, but this isn't a challenge that one city can meet alone. These rules would help create that shared baseline to get the state working together to meet the need for homes at all levels, so that instead of having local fights over whether to allow enough homes, we're having those conversations about the best way to get there together. I think that's the value of the model codes that have come up a lot here that would give cities clear guidance on how to pursue those Goal 10 goals, and also give flexibility to cities who want to find another way to meet those goals. I did appreciate at the beginning of this meeting, Commissioner Bennett's concerns about other factors, materials costs, tariffs, interest rates that are barriers to home building. The commissioner is right, and some of those factors are hard for the state of Oregon to address. But I don't think that lessens the need to do what we can to ensure that if and when we're in a better position to build homes, cities are ready to accommodate that. I also appreciated Shannon Tennant from Habitat for Humanity speaking to the way that policy can make it possible to build homes, even in a challenging environment. I've seen that in my own neighborhood. Last week, I talked with an architect about a project with 200 homes that wouldn't be happening without SB 1537. And I think the owner rules that we're talking about today are another important step toward making it possible to have the homes we need in Oregon. So I hope the commission will move forward with these rules and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, David. All right. Next we have, and should I continue as such, John? Okay. Next we'll have Pepper Trail, and then Jennifer Bugley, and then my apologies. And after that is Melanie Keebler, and then after that is Daniel Pauly. So Pepper, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm testifying on behalf of Rogue Advocates, a grassroots Southern Oregon nonprofit dedicated to protecting farmland, forests, and livable communities. Thank you for this opportunity to provide input. We urge the Land Conservation and Development Commission to adopt the draft owner rules as proposed without weakening amendments that could encourage sprawl or undermine Oregon's land use goals. For decades, Oregon's land use planning system has served as a national model for sustainable growth. The Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rules represent a vital first step in realizing that vision by promoting thriving, walkable communities and protecting rural landscapes. The draft rules support a mix of housing, including duplexes, cottages, and townhomes located close to jobs, schools, and services. Smarter use of existing infrastructure and lower long-term costs for cities, and reduced transportation emissions, stronger climate resilience, and increased safety in a time of more frequent wildfires and other disasters, which we have all too much experience with here in Southern Oregon. These policies will help meet Oregon's housing needs without sacrificing the farm, forests, and open spaces that define our state's character. At the same time, we are deeply concerned about attempts to weaken the owner rules by expanding urban growth boundaries or prioritizing development in high-value farm and forest lands. Once these areas are paved over, they are gone forever, along with the ecological, economic, and cultural benefits they provide. Therefore, we urge the Commission to adopt the rules as drafted. They are strong, equitable, and enforceable. Number 2, reject efforts to treat urban growth boundary expansion as a housing solution. Number 3, prioritize investment and development within existing community boundaries. And finally, integrate climate impact assessments into housing and infrastructure planning. Compact, climate-smart communities are safer, more affordable, and more resilient to wildfire, drought, and flood risk. Oregon's livability depends on protecting these values, not repeating the mistakes of sprawl. Thank you very much for considering our comments and for your leadership in upholding Oregon's land use legacy.
Great. Thank you, Pepper. All right, next we'll have Jennifer Bugley, and then Melanie Keebler, Daniel Pauly, Saurav Pala, and then Michael Anderson will be the final person that is on the list right now. All right, Jennifer.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Bugley, and I represent Housing Oregon, a statewide association of 147 affordable housing and community development organizations. I live in Vancouver and I work in Portland. Thank you to the Department of Land Conservation and Development staff, consultants, the Governor's Office, Rules Advisory Committee, and Housing Actions Work Group members, and this Commission for your hard work and collaboration over the past 2 years. Housing Oregon works to ensure every Oregonian has a healthy, stable place to live. We've been closely following the ONA rulemaking process and are happy to see these same goals reflected throughout ONA. This is why Housing Oregon enthusiastically supports the adoption of the proposed ONA rules. In particular, we are encouraged by the new rebuttable presumption compliance pathways for affordable housing and accessible housing. This provides clear guidance for jurisdictions and makes affordable and accessible homes a true planning priority. This compliance pathway reflects the reality that most affordable housing developments need the density that aligns with LIHTC and other financing tools. Other aspects of ONA also recognize that it's key that zoning that supports this density be located near jobs, schools, and transit. We also appreciate the compliance pathways that create the flexibility for affordable housing developments to calculate density by bedroom size, which supports the development of much-needed affordable family-sized homes across Oregon. Overall, ONA takes an important step toward aligning statewide housing goals with local action, helping ensure communities plan for both affordable rental and homeownership opportunities in well-located neighborhoods. We urge the Commission to adopt these final rules and continue ONA's momentum towards housing that reflects Oregon's values of equity, inclusion, and sustainability. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Jennifer. All right, next we'll have Mayor Keebler, and then Daniel Pauly, and Saurav Pala, and then Michael Anderson. And I'll let commissioners know we're about 2 minutes to 5, and if you will indulge us, we'll go until about 5:15 or so. Thank you.
Chair.
Mayor Keebler.
Mayor Keebler is not on the list.
Oh.
She's not online.
All right, Mayor Keebler is not online. If she returns before we end, then we will hear from her. Otherwise, we'll move on to Daniel Pauly.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Pauly, City of Wilsonville Planning Manager, and I've had the privilege of working as a planner in Oregon for the past 17 years with a strong focus on housing. I've led multiple residential development code updates and been deeply involved in implementing a variety of housing in master plan growth areas. Wilsonville has submitted preliminary written testimony in your packet as Exhibit 39, and we will provide more detailed feedback before the November 7th deadline. The legislature intended ONA to be a collaborative framework offering cities tools, technical assistance, and safe harbors to support housing production. It needs to clearly remain as such. I'll focus my oral comments on the model code and not making it mandatory or the assumed benchmark for success. I have not seen convincing evidence that it would be better than local codes thoughtfully put together in communities across Oregon. Wilsonville has worked to provide simple, uniform standards across housing types, encourage block-level variety, support diverse neighborhoods. It's difficult to imagine city staff and developers navigating a local code for one housing type and a state-mandated model code for another on the same block. This would likely discourage development under the state code, which may already be less preferred in the market. That's just one example of how realistic implementation has not been thoroughly vetted. Another is FAR, which after much study, we removed from our recent new residential code for most housing, especially in a suburban context, as an unnecessary complexity. Based on my experience, aspects of these rules, including the mandated model code, may be a barrier rather than a solution. I'm within a week of ending my work for Wilsonville and moving to another state to continue my housing and planning work. This decision is partly due to current and forecasted state actions, which, though well-intended, I think will frustrate local housing efforts in Oregon due to their complexity, not just in understanding the policies, but in implementing them effectively. I hope I'm wrong, but after years of writing and implementing development code for a mix of new housing, I believe the proposed rules and model code are likely to hinder the day-to-day partnerships that produce housing. We urge LCDC to revise the rules to focus solely on establishing safe harbors, preserving local autonomy for cities meeting housing targets. Wilsonville remains committed to increasing housing production as we have for a long time and affordably furthering fair housing, but we need rules that are practical, feasible, and legally sound. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate your testimony today. Sarov, Paula, and then Michael Anderson. Sarov, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Sarov Paula, and I'm a Portland resident. By day, I'm an IT professional, and in my free time, I'm a housing advocate. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for DLCD staff, consultants, the governor's office, RAC and HOG members, and LCDC for their work over the last 2 years. These proposed rules give me hope and confidence that the current challenging environment is being treated as seriously by the state as it is by the millions of Oregonians who are struggling in it. I'd like to use my comment today to provide a perspective as one of many young Oregonians who struggle with finding affordable and accessible housing that meets their needs. While we've seen the state make progress towards getting more homes built to meet the growing need, these often come with many of their own issues. They're too big to be affordable at median wages. They're built at the edge of our cities, far from jobs and everyday services. They're designed to be reliant on personal vehicles, which are expensive for both car owners and cities. And they push people further away from their friends and family. What we really want and need is more homes in our existing neighborhoods. The same great places we grew up in, close to the places we need to be and the people we love. We need a greater number of smaller homes that fit our smaller household size. And we need a diversity of home types to ensure that as our housing needs change, we can comfortably adjust without having to leave the communities we know and love. We need homes that are closer to job centers to ensure that we're not wasting time in traffic and to reimagine neighborhoods to better and support transportation choices that enable Oregonians to save money and reduce our carbon emissions. This is not to say that urban growth boundaries shouldn't be expanded, but rather that all other options within the UGB should be prioritized and exhausted before doing so. I also want to highlight that this isn't just a struggle that's limited to large Oregon cities. While it's clearly evident that places like Portland, Bend, and Eugene have seen massive increases in housing costs, it's less apparent that our neighbors in small towns in rural Oregon face many of the same challenges. We need state-level rules to ensure that every Oregonian, no matter where they live, has access to an affordable and suitable home that meets their needs. While many Oregon cities might feel that these rules are onerous and unneeded, everyday Oregonians recognize that our cities have failed to adequately address the housing crisis on their own, and that we need more guidance from the state government to tackle this issue in a meaningful way. These previously presented ONA proposed rules address many of the concerns I've mentioned and will result in material and positive impact for many young Oregonians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarv. Appreciate your testimony today. And then Michael Anderson.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Michael.
Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission, I'm Michael Anderson, Director of Cities and Towns at Sightline Institute. We think Oregonians should be allowed to live near each other if they want to. That's the principle I've tried to carry through many of those 72 meetings that Brock mentioned at the start of testimony. You've heard from several of Sightline's coalition partners that ONA's legislative mandate extends to equity, not just housing production, and I agree, but for contrast, I'll talk specifically about what the rules before you, which we strongly support, would do for plain old housing production. The story starts with the fact that Oregon's proportionally largest decline in home building since the 1970s has been in multifamily home building. And a big driver of that decline is that on the vast majority of urban land today, even in the zones currently labeled as high-density residential, it is essentially illegal to build even a 3-story apartment building. Imagine a 10,000 square foot lot in the city's highest density residential multifamily zone. On that lot in Roseburg today, you could build a maximum 12 homes, Grants Pass, 11 homes, Springfield, 8 homes, Pendleton, 8, Medford, 7, Hermiston, 5, West Lynn, 4, Ashland, 4, Tualatin, 2 homes on that 10,000 square foot lot in a zone the city describes as being intended for, quote, high rises. That's the status quo. State law requires cities to do what they can to allow homes to exist. When cities ban the construction of apartments, even in their apartment zones, cities are clearly not doing what they can. I'm very sympathetic to the feedback from some cities that parts of these rules require complicated planning exercises. The dilemma is the same as the one you all landed on 12 months ago. Oregon cannot simultaneously achieve perfect simplicity, total flexibility, and major policy change. You must trade off among these three important goals. Last year, you tasked staff to sort through these competing goals with the help of the Housing Actions Work Group. The system of model codes, safe harbors, rebuttal presumptions before you are the outcome of that work so far. There are likely more ways to simplify. To pick one example of wiggle room, whether the middle housing rules are a mandatory standard is much less important than whether these rules can do for multifamily zones what Oregon's 2019 middle housing bill did for lower density zones. In the case of those apartment zones, these owner rules follow a similar template. They give cities an easy compliance option. They also give them an option to color outside the lines if they want, and they give clear, predictable consequences if they fail to act. This alone would be a huge step for housing production in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your testimony this afternoon. Okay, I think we're, anybody else? Mayor's not back? So then we would, let's see here. All right. We will proceed with difficulties myself. It's unmuted.
No, and just do leave audio.
All right. Yeah, okay, I think we got some. Sorry about it. A lot of technical difficulties here in the room today. But let's, we've got a couple of just more minutes here before we wrap up. And I think we might want to focus, again, thank you everyone who testified this afternoon. We greatly appreciate the perspectives you bring. But Commission, are there any burning clarification questions that you might need some input from Ethan or his team? Or secondly, is there any closing remarks that you want to, after what you've heard and what we've heard today, to send away with Ethan and his team prior to the December meeting? Public comment is open until November 7th, I think, so we'll continue receiving testimony. And then we will reconvene in December at a potential adoption hearing. So Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I appreciate everyone's comments. I've taken notes, and I think that it's important to stress that we, as a commission, are continuing the equity focus, the point that every person deserves a home while we're protecting the landscape. And all of a sudden, my state computer wanted to close. But at the same time, the implementing organizations, cities and counties, are uncomfortable with some pieces, some large pieces. I really would encourage that the department or Ethan et al. Get with those folks, and there's 5 main points that they raised, and work with them, because we need the balance. We need the cities and counties' support for this. I know several of the speakers had concerns, but once again, cities and counties folks, ultimately the elected officials, are by the very word elected. If they're going in the wrong direction, there's tools to remove them, tools to add new ones, change them, and so there is, it isn't just a siloed effect, I guess. And I believe that it's really possible to maintain those goals and maintain the progress, but have better connection and a better outcome, and have them on board. I mean, there's 200 plus cities that LOC is representing. There's 36 counties that AOC is representing, and we need them as partners in order to accomplish this. Putting aside all of the other issues, I see that All Will Be is in some adversarial position and not a positive, taking the positive parts of all of the work that's been done and maintaining and protecting the lands. I think we all concur as far as we want to protect the landscape, that things probably should be a little more vertical than horizontal, or considerably more vertical than horizontal. We need multifamily dwellings. We agree on all of that, but jamming it down the throats isn't going to work. I think also, as one of the speakers pointed out, that should this really be mandatory if sufficient resources from the state aren't dedicated to this? I heard loud and clear the city of Eugene's position there, and I've heard this from a lot of other counties and cities too, that they want to do it, but they just, when we were in Klamath Falls, I met with planning director. I'll be really careful and not burn them, but they said, I only have 2 planners and for the whole county. And I'm like, oh, wow. And taking on these tasks is really doable. And so I think as a commission, we need to be cognizant of that. Anyway, thank you, Chair, for giving me the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Warren.
I just want to send out a huge appreciation for staff. I mean, you all have done such an incredible job with these rules. You've really done probably the most thoughtful, or taken the most thoughtful approach you could take to increasing housing choice. And I just want to acknowledge that. However, I'm really concerned about these rules and their negative impact on housing production. I think that they're headed in the right direction, but they need a lot of clarification still. I think we have a lot of ways we can improve these rules to make them more attainable for local jurisdictions. We heard about a bunch of them today. So I just want to encourage you all to revisit a lot of the feedback you've received from our local jurisdictions about the rules and really consider incorporating it. I'm also would like to encourage staff to reconsider moving our compliance pathways more towards the optional safe harbor approach. And then if we are going to stick with that rebuttable presumption, we need to have really clear expectations for what it takes a city to meet that bar. And that either, like I said earlier, needs to come in rule or it needs to come in guidance. Otherwise, what it ends up doing is it increases legal risk for cities, increases administrative burden, and all these things will only slow housing production over the long run.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to also, give a shout out to staff. This was an extremely heavy lift coming out of the legislature, and it's just such a huge program, and it's complex, and so you guys really stepped up to the plate and worked hard at getting this done. So thank you and good job. I also want to, without repeating everything that was said, I'm 100% on board with Commissioner Bennett's comments and Commissioner Warren's comments. I too have heard from a lot of jurisdictions and League of Oregon Cities, and they're very, very worried about this. We can go through the bullet points that they're concerned about, but I won't do that because I think everyone heard everybody loud and clear. The risk to them is pretty high, especially if they try to enforce rules that aren't theirs, and it complicates it too. Listening back to some of the comments that were made during the legislative session, it seems like we have kind of moved beyond the initial intent. With the model rules not being mandatory, which, in hindsight, looks like from a practical perspective, they're largely mandatory. And so I think we need to take the local jurisdictions' concerns to heart here and really, get together and work with them, prior to when this comes back for adoption. The rule is extremely process heavy, which requires, as much clarity as we can possibly give people. So I urge the staff to, maybe inventory the main concerns, brought forth by the local governments and League of Oregon Cities and AOC, and work with them to identify, some workable modifications to the language, to take some of that risk and that concern, to alleviate that. So thank you. And thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So what everybody else said about how wonderful you are and what a great job you did, easing that administrative burden on the cities and counties, easing the risk of lawsuits is essential. You know that. Please work to lighten that load in all the ways that have been expressed, because otherwise people are going to elect different representatives and different county commissioners and different senators at the legislative level, maybe even I don't know. What I do know is that this is where people live, literally, young people, old people, every kind of people, and we're in your hands. So we trust you. We know you'll do a good job. Just to remember that the perfect is the enemy of the good. And if you can make it good enough to get that job done of having more housing that we need everywhere, that's a win. That's our success. And we're there for you to help you do that. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Boyer, any thoughts from you? Or I know you joined us midday, but
no, I joined you just for this agenda item. I'm it's getting pretty late where I'm at right now. Yeah, I struggle with the balance versus success and everything I heard today. So I'm gonna start thinking about that. And I almost want to hear from local governments to know, do they feel like they can meet these goals, these guidances? So that's kind of where I'm at after hearing everything I heard today. I appreciate staff and all their work. And thank you for all the public comments today. We hear you. I took a lot of notes. So I'm assimilating everything I heard today, and that's kind of where I'm sitting at this moment. So thank you, Chair Lazo.
all right, well, good. Thank you, commissioners. I will say that I again also cannot more strongly thank staff for the work they've done. Having been in many of those 72 meetings over the last 2 years, I will say that what they have, the heavy lift they've done is balancing what they've heard and trying to capture it in rules in a very intricate manner. I think, as Ethan talked about, trying to balance along that flexibility spectrum has been difficult. As soon as they move the dial, they hear we want more flexibility, and as soon as they move it the other way, they say we want more certainty. So I don't know that will get it all the way dialed in, but that's certainly the tension, and I wouldn't want to be the one to have my hand on that knob. But we'll find a way. Again, as I said, we are in the home stretch of this incredibly momentous moment in planning for housing for every person in the state of Oregon, and we will get that work done and be ready to move forward in December. Anything else, Ethan, that conclude?
Chair Lazo, I think I'd just talk a little bit about next steps, just some dates, throw some dates for folks, not just commissioners, but other folks who are interested in those. We've got an upcoming rulemaking advisory committee. The final rulemaking advisory committee takes place on the 29th of October, just Wednesday next week. We will take, the reason for that timing is it was just after this public hearing, and we can structure that meeting around the themes and topics that we heard today. So that conversation is structured to take place on, like I said, next Wednesday, the 29th. That is also conveniently just prior to the close of public comment period. So folks have the opportunity to engage both in this conversation today, the rulemaking advisory committee on the 29th, and craft final pieces of public testimony to be submitted prior to the deadline, 11:59, November 7th. Then we'll move into final 11:55 p.m. on the November 7th. The next step in that process is finalizing those rules, incorporating that comment and feedback, and striving to find that balance of flexibility and certainty across the board, and getting rules to you for your review and prior to December 4th, your potential adoption meeting. I think we're scheduled for the afternoon, same time, same place, Thursday afternoon. And we'll look forward to that conversation and those that are that will take place in advance of those as well.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Thank you to you and your team. And one thing I could ask is, are you planning when you do the next iteration of the rules to have it kind of remain in its current state and then do strikeouts or additions kind of as the next iteration rather than just doing strikeouts and additions so that we can actually see the changes from this moment to the next moment? Is that possible?
It's a good question and one that we've actually tried to think through. I think where staff is thinking is probably to do just a full redlined version of the rules and not a cross version redline of rules. I think it could get awfully confusing with the reds and the blues and different colors. But what we can do though is provide the kind of commentary boxes, which we can articulate some of those key changes in a more narrative format as opposed to mixing and matching in the actual rule text itself, if that's okay with commissioners.
Sure. Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you again, Chair. Ethan, is it possible to identify like those handful of the biggest concerns that we heard today from the various local jurisdictions and maybe list those out and then give us a summary for each one of those as to how you guys can address those?
Yeah, Commissioner Porter and Deputy Director Green, if I could share our kind of distribution plan. Okay. So hoping to get these materials out to you as soon as possible, as soon as we can, given the time frame that we've got between close of public comment and adoption. We're hoping to provide a kind of I guess you call it like the first iteration of the packet for you all to review, which will include the public testimony and the feedback and the summary and high theme of what we've heard throughout the formal public comment process, and probably some reflections on the less formal rulemaking advisory committee process, and speak to those and key theme and some of the places where we've already addressed those comments in the rules or where we've recommended not incorporating those things. And then of course that's going to be a fluid situation to kind of land on the final set of rules, so it won't be complete, but it'll give you a sense of where we're thinking on incorporating those things, then providing a final set of the proposed rules at a later time after that first kind of piece of packet material.
Yeah, thank you, Ethan. That sounds wonderful.
Thank you. And a reminder that the Thanksgiving holiday is also the week before our meeting, so it's I'm willing to read material over turkey, but anyway. Okay, Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair, and forgive me, Commissioner Warren. Just on the dates, I appreciate that, and that is a fair warning. So we're planning to provide that first set of materials on November 20th with the rest of your packet, and then the supplemental, the draft rule. I think that's it. Maybe an amended staff report, maybe an amended memo, but the meat of the rule on the day before Thanksgiving. So we wouldn't want to leave you without something to be thankful for over that holiday. And then we will meet on December 4th. So apologies for that, but you can see the push here. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I think, but it's good for us to be aware of that. Thank you so much. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the push here. I'm a little concerned that since our last day for public comment is November 7th, that folks will not get an opportunity to comment on the final draft of the rules. Is that correct?
Commissioner Warren, that's correct. Yeah, Deputy Director Green.
I may, and I'm sorry, Director Bateman had to take a call. That is now the new norm. You commissioners might remember from the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities work. So it's taking that public comment, doing our darn best to respond to it, and then presenting a suite of final recommendations for the commission. Thank you.
And right, if I could, Deputy Green, that is the process that the same kind of process that the commission engaged in, particularly on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rules from 2024 as well.
Yeah, and it just reduces the burden on staff and on us as commissioners to try to process that very late public comment. The trade-off, as you recognize, is that we don't get that last amount of input on the actual new draft of the rules. But my sense is we have an understanding of what we're looking for, or what we've heard, and we will find out. Stay tuned to see how that turns out. Commissioner Warren.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. This one's for Mr. Shipsey. If he's still in the room, I can't see. What happens if we don't adopt the rules by January 1st?
Then you don't fulfill a statutory mandate.
What's the result of that?
We don't get paid.
Right. I think if I may, this is Chair Lazo. I don't know if council has anything else, but there's also, this being the governor's highest priority, this agency is working our best to present the commission with adoptable rules on December 4th and 5th in compliance with state law. Thank you.
Asked and answered. All right, unless it is now 5:30, 5:27, I suppose, and I think we've had a good long day. So I will remind folks that we are back tomorrow at 9 a.m. For, I think we have 3 agenda items tomorrow to take care of. But I so appreciate the engagement today, not only with you folks that are still here, but with all the folks that signed up to testify today, and hopefully we'll submit written comments that we can continue to process over the next couple of weeks. With that, I am going to adjourn today's meeting, and we will see all of you again tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.